guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Better buckle up here. Might need my seatbelt in the secret bunker. Yeah, I knew right about the time we get the show started here in Southwest Ohio. Yeah, some of our strongest winds are going to be pushing through here in very short order. Yeah, undoubtedly. Last thing I mentioned, wrapping up last night's shows. I think we'll have plenty to talk about as we head into a Friday morning as far as weather is concerned. Maybe that was the understatement of the year. My. It's been a wild, crazy day. Deadly storms. Once again, as the case was last week, it looks like Alabama has been the hardest hit at this point in time. We've seen numerous tornado warnings here within just the last hour. You had yet another confirmed large tornado on the ground right along the Georgia-Alabama line. That cell has now crossed over into Georgia once again, and that is the current tornado warning that we have down in western portions of Georgia, west central Georgia. So tornado and ping pong ball size hail with that particular cell there, northeastern Heard County and western Coweta County. Again, that's west central Georgia. But this particular storm has a history of producing a tornado, a strong tornado, which was on the ground here a bit ago in the adjoining county. It was over in Alabama. So we're going to keep an eye on things with our severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings through the overnight hours here tonight. As I look at the current warnings, there had been numerous tornado warnings through parts of central Kentucky over the last couple of hours as well. We're not currently seeing any tornado warnings. Tornado watches are in place, extending through southeastern Kentucky, down through eastern portions of Tennessee, including down through the Knoxville area. Tornado watches still in place for much of northern and central portions of Georgia. Some of these stronger cells kind of making a beeline toward the Atlanta metro area here in the next hour. So, yeah, we'll have plenty to talk about here as we get set for the weekend. Let's start with a look at what we've seen here through the day on Thursday. And we'll get into some of the damage that has already occurred. At least 5 confirmed fatalities in the state of Alabama with these tornadoes at this point. Now, Pelham, Alabama, the mayor there has declared a curfew in effect that went into place about 10 o'clock this past evening, will continue till 6 a.m. through the weekend. Curfew is in place each night, 10 p.m. till 6 a.m. through Monday morning. There were numerous homes, 30 to 50 homes and structures damaged in that city. Those are preliminary numbers. The death toll in Calhoun County has increased to at least 5 after a tornado passed through there earlier on Thursday. According to WBRC News, the Calhoun County coroner confirming the 5 people are reported dead, 3 family members killed in their home, a 4th person killed in a mobile home, and a 5th person died along Wellington Road. Again, numerous already confirmed tornadoes from the National Weather Service. Storm Prediction Center said 10 tornado reports have been recorded by the Storm Prediction Center, mostly in the state of Alabama, over the past 12 hours. Those numbers are undoubtedly going to be going up as we progress through the overnight hours, as the onslaught of severe weather continues across the southeast. Tens of thousands without power. Now, several hours ago, it was 35,000 without power there in the state of Alabama. With these additional confirmed tornadoes, I'm sure the number is just going to be going higher. There was one particular deadly supercell. They're already saying this one particular cell tore a path of destruction over a 100-mile stretch crossing through Alabama. The deadly supercell, the long-tracking tornado. And we're talking just a week after the severe weather left a lot of damage across the southeast. Now, the storm first spawned a tornado south of Tuscaloosa about midday Thursday. That tornado threat continued as the storm trekked northeastward. As it moved along just south of Birmingham, the National Weather Service went as far as issuing a rare tornado emergency. That's where you've got a confirmed large tornado on the ground. Those tornado emergencies typically reserved only for the most extreme situation where there's a high risk to lives and property due to, again, a confirmed tornado. It was a little before 2 o'clock Central Time that large tornado tracked through the southeastern area of Birmingham. Lots of images coming in, damage beginning to surface across social media. We mentioned Pelham County, the police department there, and stressing, stay off the roads and stay away from the tornado-damaged areas. There's a lot of debris. And the concern, you have to watch for the power lines. After a tornado reportedly tracked near the towns of Wellington, Alabama, about 60 miles east of Birmingham. That's where the Calhoun County coroner confirmed those 5 fatalities. The sheriff, Matthew Wade, reported at least 2 other injuries, multiple structures damaged or destroyed. Between the tornado emergencies and the tornado warnings, Weather Service office in Birmingham posted Thursday evening via Twitter that a tornado had moved just south of their Weather Service office. Despite the winds reaching 54 miles per hour, they still had power after the storm had passed. ABC meteorologist James Spann covered the severe weather event unfolding in his state. And the moment came when he had to briefly step off camera. When he returned, the reason I had to step off is we have major damage to my home, he says. My wife's okay, but the tornado came through, and it's not good. It's bad. After sharing that news, he carried on with the coverage of the storm. They've actually set up a GoFundMe page to help him. James, an incredible meteorologist for Alabama, according to the creator of that GoFundMe page. He later released a statement that his wife was in the home when it was hit by the tornado, but she was safe. She was in the interior, in the shelter. While we lost many trees, the home is still intact, and we're not going to actually have to rebuild. So please consider helping others in the state that had much more serious damage. So that was nice of him. All right, this marks the second time this month that storm-weary residents in the southeast have found themselves in the high-risk area. Just as the case was last week, this past day, the Storm Prediction Center actually bumped that zone. There was a zone in Alabama that they bumped up to the highest risk, level 5, on the severe weather threat list. By midday, we had tornado watches across Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Tennessee, a particularly dangerous situation. So there's some of what has transpired in the state of Alabama. Again, the hardest hit at this point in time. Get things underway. Yes, indeed, we make our way into a Friday. So TGIF weekend is on the horizon here. What's on your slate? Do our best to keep on an eye on our severe weather, particularly tornado warnings, which, according to the Weather Channel, just as the case was last week when we were starting this program, when the evening of the tornadoes that had passed through Alabama, the system was beginning to make its way as it progressed into Georgia to a bit of more stable atmosphere, kind of reducing the likelihood of tornado spin-ups. But there's still enough instability in the atmosphere, especially in central and northern Georgia, where we do indeed have the tornado watches still in place. A broad area of the eastern USA, we're looking at a very significant wind field. Even outside of the thunderstorm activity, we have high wind warnings stretching through much of central and southern Indiana. Yeah, nearly the entire state of Ohio, on up into parts of West Virginia, western New York. Outside of the high wind warnings, there are wind advisories stretching from Illinois to northern Tennessee, all of West Virginia, Pennsylvania, southern New York, the entire region. It's not going to be a real fun night to be out there, particularly if you're pulling those wiggle wagons. They wiggle on a regular day, but you get out there in those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the high wind warning areas, that's what they're anticipating. 25, 35-mile-per-hour sustained winds, and then, of course, gusts up to 60-plus miles per hour. Our number is 844-844-3388 as we make our way into a Friday. Let me jump over to the phone here because I believe we've already got several listeners chiming in. I'm not sure what the handle is because what this thing says on the screen, I'm not even supposed to say. Some bitch's porn star. Who would that be?
Hey, this is Porn Star.
All right, your name is Porn Star. All right. So it said bitches,
Yes,
bitches Porn Star. This is Porn Star. That's the name. All right. What's going on?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just want to give a road report. I-20 westbound, west of Jackson, Mississippi, probably right around the mile marker 15, has been closed down since 1:30 this afternoon. You can see this on WLBT TV out of Jackson. Two semis, a SUV, and a pickup truck collided going westbound. One of the 18-wheelers was hauling explosive hazmat. It caught on fire. And 3 people were killed in the accident. As of right now, I-20 is still completely shut down westbound, west of Jackson, between Jackson and Vicksburg, right at the new Love's truck stop at mile marker 15.
Wow, did they say what kind of explosives they were hauling, or?
Oh, sir, I really don't know. I was heading to work. I live there in Jackson, and
okay.
right before I headed out, it came on my phone that I-20 is closed down. For any of the drivers that are going westbound, you can take Highway 18 west towards Raymond, Mississippi. You go west of Raymond on Highway 18 and hit but Highway 27 north, and they'll bring you into Vicksburg. It's about a 15-minute delay if you go that way.
Mm-hmm.
But it's, like I said, 20 has been shut down since 1:30 this afternoon.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking here at the story. You're correct. Multiple deaths reported in the chain reaction wreck. Yeah, so that's a mess on I-20. Porn star, I thank you so much for the tip there. Thanks for the heads up for the drivers out there. Pretty much what he just explained. Fiery crash involving 6 vehicles. Westbound lane of I-20 at the Big Black River Bridge. Multiple fatalities. A little before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Highway Patrol said the wreck occurred in the westbound lane of I-20 while traffic was stopped because of an earlier wreck on Thursday morning where an 18-wheeler had overturned near the Flowers exit. An 18-wheeler, an SUV, 2 pickup trucks, and an unknown other vehicle were stopped when another 18-wheeler collided with the SUV, which was the last vehicle in the line, causing the chain reaction collision. We have 2 fatalities. Stewart, the sheriff, said he could not confirm that only 2 people were killed in the accident, given the amount of work they had left to untangle the vehicles. As of 7 p.m. Thursday, no additional fatalities had been reported, but work to clear that accident was continuing. Collision caused several fires, including the trailer of the first 18-wheeler, which was carrying cardboard, the SUV, and the second 18-wheeler. Driver of the 18-wheelers and the 2 pickup trucks were indeed able to escape. The 3 people in the SUV, they said. 1 person in the SUV was able to escape. He didn't know about the people in the unknown vehicle. Now, eastbound had been shut down for a period of time as well. That reopened at about 6 p.m. They should have 1 westbound lane reopened by now. That was the anticipation. But because of where the accident took place, traffic continued to back up in both directions. Big-time delays. And on the feeder roads in the area, including U.S. Highway 80. All right, obviously numerous jurisdictions had to respond to that, but all right, difficult day for some. Meanwhile, again, it's 844-844-3388. Let me jump over. I see we just had a new tornado warning issued from the Weather Service office there in Peachtree City, Georgia. This is for north central Coweta County, west central Georgia. Let me see here. Here's one of those. This is a confirmed large destructive tornado observed over Thomas Crossroads. This is a tornado emergency where they have a confirmed large tornado on the ground. According to the National Weather Service, it is a life-threatening situation. All right, so again, that's north central Coweta County. Tornado emergency for Noonan, Georgia. Noonan, Georgia. And that goes until 1 o'clock this morning Eastern time. So, again, that was just issued here within the past 2 minutes from the National Weather Service there in Peachtree City. That's the kind of situation you don't want to hear. And then observed as the lightning flashes, you can see that funnel on the ground. Catastrophic damage. 1.5-inch diameter hail being reported there. I'm not sure what proximity that would be to any roadways or highways there in west central portions of Georgia. Pay attention to your weather alerts. If you've got your smartphone, obviously have those weather alerts on, have the volume turned up so you can get the latest on these storms tonight. So that's what I'm trying to keep a close eye on. Some of our listeners checking in. Pappy, heavy rain, strong winds, just hitting west side of Cincinnati. Hold on tight. Yeah, I had been watching the radar all evening. I said, These winds are going to come in right about the time we start the program. And I did mention last evening, we're going to see what happens if we actually lose power here in the Hotshot Secret Bunker. That's a distinct possibility. We've got these wind warnings in place where we can see those 60-mile-per-hour gusts pretty much all night long. And up into the early morning hours, like 10 a.m., I believe, the wind warning's in place for this region. Let's see. Ray, check it in. Morning, folks. Hope everybody's doing well. Ernie says it's real nice down here in Waco, Texas, as he's rolling down toward Laredo. Jeff says, prayers this morning to all those in the South dealing with the destruction from the storms. Hello to Eskimo Mom. Windy and wet in Kentucky right now with 63 degrees by Verona. Heading to my usual destination. Who else we got? Morning, Steve. Haven't seen any snow in almost 2 weeks. Let's keep it that way. I'll do my best. There are some areas that may see a bit of snow this weekend, though. It's way up in the northern tier of the country, though. We'll get into that coming up a little bit later on this morning. Morning from Nashville, Tennessee. Hey, I saw some of the video on the Weather Channel here just in the past hour where Nashville was hit pretty hard. I'm not seeing any reports of tornadoes, but lots of straight-line winds. Videos of large trees being brought down. Jay said, we pretty much dodged the bullet when it comes to serious damage from the storm. I guess it was kind of scary there for a period, Jay, right? Bruce checks in. Good morning from work to all the truck drivers out there. Thank you for what you do. Okay, Sean says, wow, 75 southbound in Georgia. At the 4-mile marker, closed today. They had a 3-fatality accident there, so I'll see if I can find more on that. Careful out there on the roadways, my friends. Let's see. Back to the calls here. 20 past the hour on a Friday morning. I believe, would this be Joe? Good morning.
Hello, Steve. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing well. How have you been, Joe?
Oh, I've been good. Do you remember me? I used to call in a few times on WLW.
I've thought about you and your father. How's your father? How's Dad, Paul, doing?
Oh, he's doing good. In fact, he's planning on calling. I don't know if he's on hold now, but he said he wanted to call you as well. So we just wanted to check on you, and I just wanted to say that that you're in our prayers and that we hope you're doing okay amidst all this craziness.
Yes, it is crazy times we're in. You are right about that, Joe. Well, yeah, like I said, you guys crossed my mind a time or two. There's a lot of folks we haven't heard from, and because in many cases they didn't know that I was back up doing a show again. So I'm glad you guys were able to find us.
Yes, thank you. I hope everything else is going well for you and everyone listening, all these storms and the coronavirus. I'm praying for you all, and we'll check in with you again. Thanks for having me on.
That's great. All right. Yeah, be safe up there in Michigan, right? It looks like our next call on the line, it says Paul. Maybe that's him. Hello, Paul.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, me and Joe, we had a hard time. We went through a hard time, too, when I lost my job, and we were thinking about you, and it's just such a situation that we prayed for you, and lo and behold, I just did a Google search. I'm not very good with the computer, but Joe said, well, let's check this, let's check that. Next thing we know, you're back up. Princess is doing okay, I hope.
Yes.
And your son,
yes,
that was in the Army. We've been just thinking about you. I got so emotional the last few times I called you on WLW, and I just kind of felt like they can't let Steve go. And, it just brings back so many memories with you and your dad and all that you've done. And I'm just so happy to be able to talk to you again, Steve.
Hey, I'm glad you were able to find us. Yeah, like I said, Joe didn't think I'd remember. I remember you guys well. Paul the Prophet.
There you go. And Steve, I see a chair there next to you. I'm on YouTube, believe it or not. But I'm thinking, you had us in the studio a couple times. I'm not begging for it, but boy, we'd love to be in person with you again, Steve.
Oh boy, maybe one of these days. We'll see if that could ever happen.
Yeah, well, just great to talk to you again, Steve, and God bless you and all your drivers out there and everybody. It just, if you have faith in God, anything is possible. You have a great night, Steve. We love you.
All right. Thanks again, Paul. Glad you were able to find us, and I'm sure you'll check in from time to time. There you go, up in Michigan. Yeah, long-time listeners, going back many, many years. All right, our number, 844-3388. Yeah, I mean, we mentioned, might we see some snow? Well, there will be a swath of snow that skirts across southern Canada and northern New England today. Forecasters expect a much more substantial blanket of snow to arrive early next week, though. Mild air and rain expected to be in place across Ontario, Quebec, and northern New England. You got some cold air beginning to move in as we speak. Overnight, and especially through the day, Friday and Friday night, could see a few inches accumulating by the time the snow ends Saturday morning. Then you'll have a brief break, some melting as temperatures climb above freezing Saturday afternoon. Then another system's going to be gearing up to move toward the region just like its predecessor. Precipitation begins in the form of rain and then transitions over to snow by late in the afternoon and evening on Sunday. Even in southern Canada, the precip there will likely start in the form of rain, but since the cold air is going to move into Canada first, that's where you'll see the changeover to snow fairly quickly. Snow is expected to fall over a larger area than the storm we're talking about here Friday into Saturday. A swath of snow from Quebec through northern New England Saturday, or rather Sunday, on over into Monday morning. But you notice the fact that our wintry precipitation, right on cue as spring arrives, is being confined more and more to just the northernmost region of the country. All right, about 25 past the hour. Again, it's 844-3388. Let's jump down to who we got on the line here. Got an update with what's going on north of Atlanta on I-75.
Yeah, this is Roadmaster.
Hey, Roadmaster.
Steve, I come through there about 10 minutes ago. There's a tractor and trailer on fire about 5 miles north of 285 circle around Atlanta on the southbound 75, where it's about 10 lanes there. I couldn't see over there. There's so many vehicles. About 15 fire departments either was on scene or en route to there, and probably 4 or 5 police was en route there. But you could see it burning. The brakes looked like caught a fire or something on the back axle of the trailer. It had done. You could smell the rubber burning, and the trailer was done engulfed in flames. I couldn't tell whether it was in a travel lane or over on the side of the road, but I can tell you that half of the lanes will be shut down, if not all of them by now.
Okay.
And I'm at exit 290 right now, which is right around Cartersville, the white exit through here, and Chatsworth right in here. And I'm seeing some really bad lightning in front of me, and I think this is where the tornadoes are coming across from Alabama. That's right across through where I'm at right now.
Okay, the tornado.
I don't know. You could look at
you're in a tornado watch zone. I know they had some pretty bodacious storms pushing through my wife's family's neck of the wood. Up Chatsworth, Dalton, Ringgold, and they were under the gun here in the past hour. Not seeing any tornado warnings with those particular cells right now, but again, it is still, you're in the tornado watch area where you're rolling through. So you'll definitely get some strong straight line winds as those lines push through.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what kind of a mess it'll be down there going south. I just hope we don't have a accordion effect like they did out there on 20, that wreck.
Yep, exactly.
Seem like these guys that's got these computer logs, which I don't run them yet, seem like they're assigned to the gun to make every mile they can make. They don't, I don't know, they just don't look up to see cars stop. They just got to go against that clock, against that computer, and it's I see trucks parked everywhere now on the side of the roads, on ramps. They're parked. Everybody's trying to get parked, I guess. I don't know why. Maybe they know something I don't, but,
All righty. Well, Roadmaster.
On your weather.
Yeah.
On your weather there, I'm going to Knoxville to unload in the morning. Should I go on to Chattanooga and up that way, or should I cut off, take a shortcut and go through Cleveland that way and get around Chattanooga to try to get as east as fast as I can? Get any idea, or just play it by ear?
No. What time frame you talking about?
Right now, I got to be in Knoxville ASAP, and I don't know whether should I go all the way to Chattanooga and up that way to Knoxville, or usually I cut off and take 411 and go to Knoxville, or which I'm past that now, or I can cut off up here and go around the back way and come out at Cleveland and go up that way. That way I'd be moving more east and north instead of more directly north by going to interstate.
I mean, I'm looking here. You got the strongest storms are south of I'm looking at a line from from Rome to Rome on over to Jasper to Dahlonega. There's another line that's kind of coming through eastern Tennessee, about to roll into Jasper, Tennessee. So I'm not sure how fast those are moving off to the east, but they're not nearly packing the punch like the storms that are south of you.
Yeah, Jasper's Chattanooga, so yeah, I need to go. I need to get northeast as fast as I can. So
well, it looks like the rate of speed these things are pushing off to the east and northeast. There was one severe cell here this past hour with potentially a tornado in it that was moving at 70 miles per hour. I mean, the storm was moving at highway speed. Hell, you couldn't even outrun that thing.
It's just pouring rain now. Everybody's stopping. I'm just north of the TA down there at Cartersville. I'm slowing way down. It's raining so hard you can't see the highway.
Okay, yeah. So you're right in the mix with that.
I'm in mix of something. I don't know what, but everybody's got their full ways on now, and I'm down to 45 already, and just trying to see the white lines in the middle of the road. Traffic's real light, though, going north, though.
Okay, and you're on 75, right?
Yeah, I'm 75. I'm 10 miles south of Adairsville.
All right, you're going to get out of it pretty quick. I mean, because Adairsville is now, the storm is east of Adairsville, but I see where you're at on 75. Yeah, that is some torrential rain. You might even see some hail in that cell.
Right. Anyway, I just want to yell at you and tell you about that fire down there. See if anybody, give everybody a heads up.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Be safe. Both hands on the wheel there. And you take it slow, but these storms are really moving quickly to the east and northeast. So, but where he's at on I-75, he ain't kidding. It's coming. You talk about frog strangling rain. He's in it as we speak. All right. We'll get a news break here. Rolling into a Friday. Our number 844-844-3388. Great to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
During his first official news conference, President Biden once again touted reaching 100 million coronavirus vaccinations in less than 60 days in office. He said he still has a ways to go.
I am setting a second goal, and that is we will, by my 100th day in office, have administered 200 million shots.
The president also spoke on the economy. He said the nation is now heading upwards since the American Rescue Plan made it through Congress.
Since it was passed, a majority of economic forecasters have significantly increased their projections on the economic growth that's going to take place this year. They're now projecting it will exceed 6%.
Biden said his next major initiative is to rebuild infrastructure to create good-paying jobs. This is USA Radio News.
Why do you think bank presidents and jewelry store owners trust ADT to protect their homes and businesses? Because they feel safe, and you can too. How would you like to monitor your home from fire, floods, and yes, robberies without even being there right from your smartphone? That is peace of mind. You may even save money on your homeowner's insurance just by having an ADT system installed. And there's even a money-back guarantee. How about that? We guarantee 100% satisfaction. You have nothing to risk. Why do you think people who have so much to protect trust ADT? Because it works. Call right now for a free quote. We'll even give you a free gift for calling. So pick up your phone and call Protect Your Home, an ADT authorized premier provider now.
800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. 800-818-0191. That's 800-818-0191.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll jump right back into it here. No further update as far as the confirmed tornado from the National Weather Service office there in Peachtree City. Again, that was for, what county was that? North Central Coweta County, West Central Georgia. Again, that was put out about 12:15 Eastern Time. The tornado warning continues till 1 a.m. Eastern Time. So I'll be watching for an update there. But they issued that an actual tornado emergency for Noonan, Georgia. That means a particularly dangerous situation there. The other issue is you got flash flood warnings with these torrential rains, like Roadmaster was just talking about. National Weather Service in Peachtree City for a number of counties there in northwest Georgia. Bartow County, Chattooga County, Floyd County, Gordon County, Polk County. All in northwestern Georgia. And according to the radar indications, rainfall between 3 and 5 inches of rain has fallen in a very short amount of time. Flash flooding is occurring, they say. So small creeks and streams, urban areas, watch for the ponding water on the roadways. especially underpasses, any low-lying areas. So a pretty broad area: Rome, Georgia, Cartersville, Calhoun, Adairsville. That's right, where Roadmaster was heading into, right? Adairsville. Watch for water on the roads. Yeah, that's why he said he was slowing down big time. A number of other areas: Tallapoosa, Cave Spring, Kingston, Resaca, Georgia. They're at Resaca Beach, where there really isn't a beach. But, all right, so yeah, heads up out there on the roadways. Yeah, some of these thunderstorm cells, torrential rains, I'm telling you. All right, get back to our calls here on a Friday morning at 844-844-3388. And let's check in with Rhonda. Hey, Rhonda, how you been?
Oh, pretty good. Slept all day in Rockford, Illinois. I don't have the severity that they've got in Georgia, but we've got torrential downpours and strong winds. I'm up here in Michigan now and around Gary, around 294, around Chicago. It's hitting pretty hard. I got less than 17,000 in the trailer, and spooked me a couple of times pretty good lifting the wagon up. So it's coming out of the wind seems to be coming out of the north, and it just kind of it's raining really hard. And when you were talking about ponding, I was getting some of that out here on 94. So okay. You just got to watch it.
Yeah,
so, but that was
definitely the kind of weather that's going to slow you down tonight.
Definitely the kind of weather I wish my fat carcass could go back to bed.
I hear you.
But it's dark, so there's not many out here, so, you know. But it was, I can't even crack the window right now because, to your benefit, the wind would override the voice on this end. So
wow.
I'll have to wait till we hang up, and then I can have a cigarette. But yeah, it's not nice up here either, and then I got to go to the yard and drop this one, go pick up another one, which is going to be lighter than this, and head to Winchester or to Williamsport, Maryland. And one of my buddies sent me a message earlier that told me to watch Ohio Turnpike and that, because whatever's crossing over Columbus area, I'll probably hit over there in PA. So just glad it's not cold enough to freeze. It's 46 degrees.
You're right.
Just ain't pretty. So, but everybody just keep the dirty side down.
That's what you got to do. Be careful. Yeah, it's going to a lot of rocking and rolling out there in the winds tonight.
Yep, absolutely. So, I run into anything else, I'll let you know.
Don't hesitate to be a two-time offender here, right? It's Friday.
I am a repeat.
There you go.
So, all right, thanks.
Crack the window, Rhonda. Have a good night. Thank you for checking in. All right. Well, about as quickly as the rains moved in to our area, the rain's pretty quickly moving out. At this point in time, still have some pockets of rain, but the heavier rains are, you get up toward Dayton, Ohio, then Dayton, a line on up to Lima. You're in pretty heavy rains all along the highway there. A lot of rain on up into, you got some lighter rains around Toledo, but boy, from Detroit to Lansing to Kalamazoo, Michigan to South Bend, Indiana, just rain. Northeast of Chicago. Then the wraparound, the backside of the storm, south of Chicago, all the way down to Bloomington, Illinois, into Champaign, Illinois. The heaviest rains now just to the east of those areas. But all that's going to be swinging through Indiana through the overnight hours. It shouldn't be severe thunderstorms, but it's just going to be more torrential rains as the backside of the storm swings into that region of the country. Good times. All right, lines available at 844-844-3388. Spoke last evening about the container ship stuck there in the Suez Canal. I know it's the other side of the world, but it's going to potentially have some global ramifications. The news released this past day was not the kind of news that the shipping industry wanted to hear. This huge container ship, essentially it's a beached whale right now. The salvage company is now saying it may take weeks to get this ship free. Officials have stopped all ships entering the channel this past day. This is another setback for global trade. As we mentioned again last evening, this ship, almost as long as the Empire State Building is high, is blocking the Suez Canal in both directions. One of the world's busiest shipping channels for oil and refined fuels, grain, and other trade linking Asia and Europe. Dredgers still working to remove thousands of tons of sand from around the ship's bow. The Canal Authority said earlier that 9 tugs were trying to move the vessel, which got stuck diagonally across the single-lane southern stretch of the canal when they were dealing with high winds and a dust storm back on Tuesday morning. Now, depending on the situation, the Dutch company of Boskels, which is working to get the ship free, said we cannot exclude it may take weeks. One of the 2 rescue teams trying to free the ship. There are a total of 206 large container ships, tankers carrying oil and gas, and bulk vessels hauling grain that have backed up at either end of the canal. One of the worst shipping jams we've seen in years. Now, this is right on top of the disruption to world trade that's already been caused over the past year with the COVID pandemic, when trade volumes hit by high rates for ship cancellations, shortages of containers, slower handling speeds at the ports. The world's number 1 line, Moller Maersk, said they are considering diverting vessels around Africa's Cape of Good Hope, which would add 5 or 6 days to the journey. Time-sensitive cargo could be sent to put on trains or airplanes. They hadn't made a decision yet. The SCA, which had allowed some vessels to enter the canal in the hope the blockage was be cleared, say they have temporarily suspended all traffic as of Thursday. All right, the ship's bow and stern had been lifted up against either side of the canal, apparently. So it's like an enormous beached whale. And its enormous weight on the sand, we might have to work with a combination of reducing the weight by taking containers off the ship, take oil and water from the ship, tugboats, and of course the tugboats, and dredging sand. Dredging work to remove 15 to 20,000 cubic meters of sand continued after dark on Thursday. That's one hell of a job. All right, the dredging work started on Wednesday evening. They've got 2 dredgers trying to return the ship to a draft of 12 to 16 meters, at which it could be refloated. All right, it's very difficult times there. What kind of impacts may this have, though? That's the question, and they've divvied out some answers. With nearly somewhere between 10 and 12% of global trade flows through that canal. Lloyd's List, the iconic shipping journal, Lloyd's List, says goods worth $9.6 billion pass through that canal every single day. About 5.1 billion of that traffic is westbound, 4.5 billion is eastbound. About 1/4 of that traffic is on container ships, like the one that's burrowed in right now. Typically, more than 50 ships traverse the canal on any given day. That's a lot of product. Now, when it comes to shipping goods from Asia to Europe, there's virtually no alternatives like rail or truck transportation. This blockage is going to delay a range of parts and raw materials for European products, like cotton from India for clothing, petroleum from the Middle East for plastics, and auto parts from China. The fact that you have the most pivotal node in the trading network blocked, this is going to have effects literally around the world. A less direct impact for the United States, where we receive most of our shipments from Asia on the West Coast. Still, imports from Europe may be delayed, and this is going to prevent empty shipping containers from being returned to Asia, which is just going to add to the shortage that they were already continuing with in the shipping world. If you get a bump in one place, it's going to percolate through the system. It's going to take a while to get things ungummed up, which that's the best way to describe it. Everything's all gummed up right now. Now, this could compound issues for a supply chain that's already under pressure from the pandemic. Virus-related restrictions had trapped crews on numerous merchant ships. Congested ports have led to container ships anchored off of the coast of California, unable to dock, unable to unload their goods, which has led to shortages of semiconductors and rare earth elements that are plaguing the manufacturers of automobiles and other consumer goods. Earlier this week, General Motors announced even further cutbacks in production due to the lack of some of these semiconductors. There's a lot of things indicating a vulnerable supply chain which may see disruptions. Now, you put one more thing on top of that, it's really becoming compounded. Now, it's possible that U.S. consumers may feel the impact from the shipping if this continues on for more than a few days. As they announced, it may take several weeks. Finished products from Asia to the United States go over the Pacific. However, some of these components for products that are assembled in Europe, then shipped to the U.S., may very well be delayed by the canal closure. Chief economist at Moody's Analytics says the canal blockage shouldn't have much impact on U.S. or the global economy, unless it does indeed drag on for weeks. It may push up oil prices. But we're not talking dollars on the barrel. We'd be talking probably like pennies on the barrel. Okay. Well, that would be good news. That's just what we needed. Something else to jack up the price of oil, right? Okay, got a Friday underway here. It's 844-844-3388. So we hear what old Joe had his first actual press conference this past day. No, I didn't tune in. How'd that go? Yeah, not surprising. Fox News was snubbed. He had a list of organizations, a.k.a. media outlets, that he was going to allow to ask questions. I can't help but wonder if he actually even had forewarning of what questions they were going to be asking. But everyone was predetermined on a list as he went down the line. And, of course, the folks at Fox News said they had a lot of questions they wanted to ask, none of which were asked by the other media outlets. So we'll share a bit more of what Joe had to say this past day. I think they said the press conference lasted, about an hour and 20 minutes? So he's probably wore out tonight. Man, 9 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. And hello, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. I suppose we ought to give up the space feathers things for the people that missed out on it and wouldn't understand what's going on and be all confused, right?
That's possible.
So, but anyways, so see, I was kind of surprised there. I thought that it would have been the Biden-Harris. I put it all together there. Hayden, how do you like that?
That works.
The Biden-Harris would have been there together, and they could have been like, tag team wrestlers or something. When one gets tired, you tag the other one in, right? So by the sounds of it, it's kind of the way it's set up to work there. They're working hand in hand together there. So
yeah, I don't know. Dude, I
guess a little bit. I saw.
I guess you saw my post this past day where Kamala Harris is handling what they call the public relations with Mexico and Guatemala and Honduras. I mean, that's typically the job of the president.
Normally. Yeah. So, well, they have to groom her up and get her ready there, but Biden did say that somebody asked him about if he was going to run for a second term, and like his predecessor, and he made a big joke about Donald Trump there, kind of trying to laugh it off, and so, but he said he was definitely planning on running for a second term.
I saw
so
that.
He's 78 now, so that would make him about 82 to start his second term. You think that's going to happen? Probably not.
Not a chance. Not zero chance.
Yeah.
Not a chance.
Yeah. So anyways, with all this windy weather coming, you guys leave the streetcar named Desire there, your City of Cincinnati trolley that they gave you to set up the secret bunker. Do you leave that mobile, or do you put it into a special location and tie down the hurricane straps?
We're floating free.
All right. Go with the flow then, right?
Uh-huh.
So we'll see where you end up at the end of the night. But so how is that City of Cincinnati trolley system doing? We haven't heard much about that, recent times. Do they still have a few other ones out there on the tracks, or?
I don't pay a whole hell of a lot of attention to what goes on like in the downtown area, but all I know is it as anticipated, it's never never made any money. It's losing money, kind of like Amtrak does. They're looking to try to put more money into the damn thing to keep it going. Now, nobody wants to ride it. Even during the COVID, they were even making it free to ride. Nobody was interested in riding the darn thing.
Well, that was going to be my next question: is what happened to it through this past year with COVID? So anyways, yeah, I don't know. Crazy world we live in these days. So did you see the update there on the Colorado shooter? No real big surprise there, I guess. They didn't even let him turn in a plea by the sounds of it. They just kept him in custody, but I don't know. I don't think it's any big surprise what's going on out there, but I guess they did mention that a year ago Colorado had done away with the death penalty. So I guess for all his actions, the state of Colorado will support him in jail and for the rest of his life. However many hundreds of thousands of dollars a year it costs to keep an inmate, behind bars is pretty amazing. Families out in the outside world can live on $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 a year and get by and, take care of themselves and have a vehicle and all kinds of stuff. And to keep one person in a correctional facility costs, hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. And it's just doesn't compute the way you think it would. But anyways, I don't know. I always have something else I don't write down. You should always write this stuff down. I just went by. I was actually in the sweetest place on earth here a little bit ago when I rang you up. So, of course, the sweetest place on earth there where they make those little chocolate kisses.
Yeah, Hershey, PA.
But
yes, absolutely.
But you get east of there, and there's a little bit of fog once you get up in the hills and that east of Hershey. There was some fog up there, and it was kind of ranged from not too bad to, hey, this stuff's pretty thick. So I guess if you're in that area right now, kind of watch where you're at, especially going across the turnpike out there east of Harrisburg. There's fog and patchy fog and that out there, and they got all the electronic signs put up here in Pennsylvania that they're going to have high wind warnings for Friday AM. So I guess we're looking forward to that. And you're saying there's supposed to be some rain showers mixed in with that as well?
Yes, sir.
So joyous times, just joyous times. So I hope everybody down south's making out all right there. With that didn't sound good, especially when you start getting those tornadoes there touching down in the dark.
Yep. That's, confirmed large tornadoes during the nighttime hours. That's not good. So, but they have not, refreshed that or renewed that or updated anything. So that one will expire here in like 2 minutes anyway. So
there was one report I saw from the previous night there where somebody was in their house there that the tornado came through, and they'd actually, I don't know if he ignored his phone. I think they said he ignored the warning on his phone, and he stayed there in the house, in the upstairs, and they were showing the house, and there was pretty much no upstairs left, and he was pretty happy to be there. But he suggested that when the warning comes across the phone, that you heed the warning that it gives you. So, anyways, that's I guess you're pretty right there. You mentioned that earlier there about keeping your phone on and having the alert set up.
Yes, sir. Yep.
So, anyways, I guess if Rhonda needs a little bit, I got a little extra weight there if she wants to borrow it for a little bit. But I don't know. I'll probably be rid of it before she gets close enough to me to find it. But wish her the best of luck out there. White knuckling it and holding the cigarette. Don't squeeze a cigarette too hard there, right?
There
to crack the paper.
Bingo. All righty, Horse Feathers. Well, have a great morning. If you got anything new, maybe you can check back in. You can be a two-time offender. It's Friday morning. Hey, speaking of which, coming up following our news update here, top of the hour, Friday. Oh, that means yes, we've got some winners to announce. The first of 4 additional weeks. Top prize coming up here just ahead. The Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset. And, of course, we got a couple of packages. We'll break that down for you from the folks at Hot Shot Secret. And I've got the winners' names printed out right here before me. Before we get to the break, real quick, flooding issues is a concern with these storms, these torrential rains. There's an axis of strong thunderstorms that are moving into northeastern portions of Georgia now. Going to produce another 1 or 2 inches of rain in a very short period of time. That's going to be falling on top of rain that had already fallen earlier, where they had seen 3 to 6 inches through a pretty decent-sized area in northeastern Georgia. So this heavy rain moving in is going to exacerbate the ongoing flooding and cause new areas of flash flooding to develop, some of which will be significant, they say. This rainfall may also result in additional dam water releases along the Tallulah River, which may cause flooding immediate downstream of area dams, including Mathis Dam near Lakemont. I had a message from our old buddy Wheelchair Dave. I think it was an email. Wanted to talk a bit about racing. I'll get to some of that coming up, but he's talking about down there by Lake Lanier. For each inch of rain they get, Lake Lanier rises by a foot. I think the lake is rising. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
During his first official news conference, President Biden once again touted reaching 100 million coronavirus vaccinations in less than 60 days in office. He said he still has a ways to go.
I am setting a second goal, and that is we will, by my 100th day in office, have administered 200 million shots.
The president also spoke on the economy. He said the nation is now heading upwards since the American Rescue Plan made it through Congress.
Since it was passed, a majority of economic forecasters have significantly increased their projections on the economic growth that's going to take place this year. They're now projecting it will exceed 6%.
Biden said his next major initiative is to rebuild infrastructure to create good-paying jobs. This is USA Radio News.
We've all heard it. Eat healthy. But what does eating healthy mean? Sure, there are countless diets out there, but they contradict each other. Yet all experts agree we should eat a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. Whole fruits and vegetables are the perfect fuel to power the cells in your body, giving you the stamina you need to handle your day-to-day activities. And that's what Balance of Nature is. Whole fruits and vegetables delivered to you in a convenient capsule form for only 22 cents a serving. Our proprietary blend has no additives or fillers, just the full nutritional value of a variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables. Balance of Nature provides you with a natural energy boost without a caffeine crash, a 3 o'clock slump, or an early bedtime. Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself by going to balanceofnature.com or by calling 1-800-2468-751 and use discount code USA.
Tornado watches are in effect from Mississippi to Illinois. Alabama has been hit with a few big ones. There have been reports of some long-track twisters. Tanya Sims says she didn't realize the tornado was there in her hometown of Eagle Point until it had hit.
I had no idea we were under a tornado warning. I got the dog, all the animals downstairs just in time. But I thought, that doesn't, we don't have tornadoes.
Police in Pelham say at least 50 homes were damaged. Police in Calhoun County say there have been multiple injuries and at least 5 people have been killed. The Texas Department of Health says the number of dead from February's winter storm and blackouts is now 111 people, which is nearly double the initial tally. He says most of the deaths were from hypothermia. North Korea state media claims Pyongyang has launched a new tactical guided weapon. The report says Kim Jong-un couldn't be there. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wyatt Cox. Each and every day, the USA Radio Network produces 3 hours of the greatest radio programs of all time. Comedies, drama, suspense, it's all there. Classic radio theater. Now, if your radio station doesn't carry the program, you can find them anywhere podcasts are served, including iHeartRadio, Spotify, Spreaker. Just search for USA Classic Radio Theater. Find it. USA Classic Radio Theater. You'll love it.
More people are weighing in on the mass shooting in Colorado. USA Radio's Tim Berg has the story.
Colorado Democrat Governor Jared Polis says he's ruling out claims that the Boulder mass shooting suspect had any ties to terrorist groups. The shooting suspect's brother telling the Daily Beast this was not at all a political statement, it's a mental illness. To which former FBI agent Chris Swecker tells Fox News sometimes it's about people reporting family members if they are mentally unstable. It's not about gun control legislation.
Colorado has every gun law known to this country. I mean, they have a red flag law, which is a law that allows family or law enforcement to petition to have a gun removed from someone who appears to be dangerous and mentally unstable. But that didn't prevent this incident. I think, honestly, as a commentator, I can say that I think there's some responsibility on the part of family and friends to invoke that law.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
It's not just children coming across the border from Mexico, as we hear from USA's Lance Pry.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting the migrant crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border is primarily made up of individuals rather than families. Most of those apprehended trying to cross the border are men in search of jobs, with the pandemic easing and the economy opening back up. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass And the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back on a Friday. We got 26th day of March. Stepped outside the secret bunker. Right about the time we got the show started, the winds howling, the rains are falling, a few rumbles of thunder, and an hour later the skies have essentially cleared. I'm looking up at a clear skies, beautiful moon shining bright, which will, by the way, be the first full moon of the spring. That'll be rising this Sunday morning. Full moon over the weekend. All right, so what I'm seeing here is the good news. No additional tornado warnings since that last warning about 15 past the midnight hour Eastern time. What we do see is a lot of flood warnings, flash flood warnings coming in there in the deep south with the torrential rains. But they've been advising for days. We could see 8-10 inch rainfall totals in some areas. Maximums approaching possibly 15 inches. That's flooding rains. Once we get through this particular outbreak, don't let your guard down. I hate to tell you, parts of the South where we've already seen back-to-back severe weather outbreaks last week, this week, more volatile weather is going to return, and stormy weather could be unrelenting on into next week. Go back, this all started to ramp up late Wednesday. We saw some baseball-sized hailstones in parts of Texas. By, of course, Thursday afternoon, the tornadoes breaking out across parts of Alabama and Mississippi. Torrents of rain amidst the outburst of stormy weather. A stretch of I-65 in Alabama was actually closed after heavy rain completely covered parts of the interstate yesterday. But this pattern appears like it's going to continue. It's not going to change for the last week of March. Another feisty storm is forecast to shift from the Central Plains to the Great Lakes this weekend, which will bring with it the threat of more flooding and severe weather across the southern U.S. Many of the classic ingredients to produce severe weather sets up on Saturday, apparently, including warm, moist air streaming northward from the Gulf of Mexico. Right now, the threat of severe weather not as high as what we've recently seen in that region, but of course, it only takes one strong storm to cause damage. The main severe weather threats: frequent lightning, heavy downpours, hail, and damaging wind gusts from central Kentucky down to northern Louisiana, Mississippi, and Alabama. Of course, we cannot rule out an isolated tornado or two once again. Some communities may deal with several rounds of heavy thunderstorms. Gusty winds could also make for dangerous crosswinds for our high-profile vehicles. Widespread strong winds may be causing tree damage, power outages. In that line of fire will be some of the same areas we've already been dealing with in recent days, including, again, Memphis and Nashville, Tennessee, Birmingham, Alabama, Jackson, Mississippi. Now, even if widespread severe weather does not occur, cleanup efforts from the storms that we are just contending with now are going to be hampered and slowed down over the weekend. All right, many places in the Northeast have had a relatively dry month so far, especially compared to the heavy, wet snow we saw in February. Most areas from Boston to Washington, D.C. have only had an inch or two of rain in the month of March, which is about half of what they would normally see. We've actually even had some red flag warnings issued across parts of Maryland, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. That indicates how dry the atmosphere has been. All right, Binghamton Regional Airport has only picked up 1.5 inches of rain in the month of March, right about half of their normal rainfall there. And there you go. Quick look at some of our travelers' weather. as we make our way on into a Friday morning. And it's 844-844-3388. That's our Hot Shot Secret Studio secret bunker number. I mentioned Wheelchair Dave there. Yes, Dave, I got your emails. He said, checking in. I sure hope this goes. I guess he's tried to email a couple of times, and they have not gone through. Got your emails today. Got your picture there with Bill Elliott. He said, Steve, can I talk racing a little bit? I'm sure I'm jealous. Yeah, you mentioned you got that full flow racing package. I hear nothing but great things about that flow racing. All types of motorsport racing. A few days ago, you mentioned you were going to be watching some dirt racing that took you back to some of your old days there at Chatsworth, Georgia. Well, with that dirt racing, what do you think about the upcoming NASCAR at Bristol? Of course, they've already had late models and modifieds running in the dirt at Bristol the last couple of weeks. I know you and Monkey Gouger haven't really been keeping up too much with NASCAR. Me either, really, but I do want to mention the up-and-coming stars of NASCAR today. Young drivers like Chase Elliott, Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric. Yeah, to be honest, those three are really the cream of the crop today. Watch them win race after race. They each have the best teams money can buy, Hendricks and Penske. When you get a few minutes maybe up, look up Dirty Mo Racing. Check out the latest show with Dave and his son Ryan Blaney. That's really what racing's all about. And it's a great show that Dale Jr. does. I've not tuned into that, the Dirty Mo, but I've heard of that, yes. Now, on the other hand, I see you've got some of your collectible die cast on your bunker desk there. That's pretty cool. What are they? All right, the one there, that was like the chrome scheme. These are all three Dale Jr. number 8 vehicles. This one's actually got Dale's autograph on the windshield there. February 7th of 2004. I'm not sure what exact race that was, but it's the beautiful chrome color scheme on the car. The other two were actually my friend Demon sent those to me. They are, I guess it was the week of the Major League Baseball All-Star Game back in 2001, I think it was. They'll be 20 years old here this year. 2001 or 2002. I'll have to look at the hood on those. But yeah, each of those are Major League Baseball. I'm assuming Dale ran that scheme on his cars nearly 20 years ago. I have no idea what they're worth, but yeah, I've got several others, but I want to. My wife said, it looks like you're starting to get things kind of cluttered in there. Don't have so much crap laying around. Yes. All right, one other thing. It's time for Grandpa to start going to the races with the grandkids, is it not? Maybe slot cars or the go-karts? Anyway, Wheelchair Dave listening in from rainy Lake Lanier, Georgia. That's where he said, for every inch of rain we get, the lake goes up 1 foot. I'm assuming the Lake Lanier is probably up pretty good right about now, huh? Let's see. Chevy Guy, good morning. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you too, sir. Yeah, the Suez Canal. I had the privilege of transferring through it twice. It's back in 1977, so this is how old the information is. But yeah, our military, our aircraft carriers go through there. And haven't heard any news whether or not we had any military assets bottled up in the canal, which if you've ever stopped a boat, you know the thing will swing around on anchor. That's a real tight canal to go through. And it just, it's not a two-way traffic. They'll have the ships going south one day and then north on the next day, and it was amazing coming out the southern end and seeing all the freighters, the tankers sitting there in the Indian Ocean, lining up to get, just moored there and waiting for their turn to enter. It just, you got to wonder, nobody's saying. Now, I know almost all those ships, they have to take on what they call a pilot. That, they're a canal pilot. That's their whole job, is to make sure the ship gets through there. But you got to wonder if that huge ship, that huge ship probably was being driven automated. And I'd like to know whether or not that was an issue, and if the automated went wrong, or who knows if somebody, screwed with it. We're still looking at, we're still wondering why we had 2 Navy destroyers in the Pacific, in the Indian Ocean, whatever, and they turned in front of freighters. So you got to wonder if somebody or entity is trying to, just use this stuff to disrupt our economy, disrupt the world economy. Also, like, using it to disrupt our military. So, is there something going on with this automated and the radar and the navigational systems, which is all computer? It just to me, it just the thought of having 55,000 sailors on an aircraft carrier, blocked in a small ditch in the desert. Talk about being vulnerable. And I was on a destroyer going through there, and the Egyptian military escorted us alongside. You had a military vehicle. They were taking more pictures, I think, than just watching our armament and all that. But, you just felt really confined. You felt like claustrophobic, really. It was an amazing transfer. And when you get into the wide spots or the lakes along there, you can still, at least back then, you could still see the superstructures and the hulks of the 1968 war, where where I guess the Israelis sank them to, during the battle. So it's an amazing place. That's how I guess that's my concern is, I wonder if we had any military assets backed up in there. And you got to figure at least 50 ships every other day is going to show up at the other end of that. The backlog, just on one end, you're going to have 50 ships lining up every other day to make their turn through the transit. So it's going to be a bottleneck for sure. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail. I just thought that was fascinating. It's just one of them places I've been, and you never forget it, that's for sure. And we're going to copy the mail and sit back, 10-4.
Thank you much, Chevy Guy. Have a great weekend, and we'll chat sometime next week. Be safe out there. I'm looking at some of my comments from the social media pages. Let's see. Folks in the South, hired gun said he was in Kingston, where the tornado sirens had gone off last hour. Hired gun, then he says, I'm about 8 miles due west of Cartersville, the Cartersville, TA, and 11 miles southwest of Adairsville. Everything just kind of suddenly stopped raining. Wind is super still now. That's eerie. It's too still. Okay, let's see. Morning, Steve. Hope everybody has a great TGIF Friday. Thoughts and prayers for the people in Georgia and Alabama from North Carolina. Morning to Benna, listening in from West Central Georgia this morning. Who else we got here? Haas is checking in. Good morning, Haas. Good to have you with us. Blind man, hope you're doing well. Stay safe. Hang in there. Now, Haas, so blind man's in there somewhere. Morning, blind man. And many others. So, Wheelchair Dave had also posted, he sent me some of these messages when we were going back before the program had started, when they had that tornado on the ground in Alabama, crossed it over into Georgia. Bad tornado on the ground. Probably here in the coming hours, before the sun comes up, we may be getting some reports of just how much damage occurred there. Then we were talking about last hour, that tornado we had mentioned there. I-85 South News, according to Wheelchair Dave, says that was a monster tornado on the ground, Noonan, Georgia. And it was on the ground for quite a lengthy period of time. So we'll probably be getting some reports out of Noonan, Georgia, where, if you just joined us again last hour, there was what they call a tornado emergency. Large confirmed tornado on the ground there. It's been a rough day for folks in parts of the southern USA. Now, who are we looking at here? Let's get on over to, there's Heatwave. I guess you're back on the road again. Hello, Heatwave.
Yes, sir. Just call me Willie Nelson. On the road again.
Yep.
Yeah, it was good to hear from Porn Star. I ain't talked to him in a while, but I'm sure he said this is, and that computer decided it's going to call him, whatever it was.
Yep.
So, yeah, we're on the road again. We had, we got home Tuesday, and we had the storm come through, and I wonder if that's the same storm that's giving y'all all that hell right now. Because we had some high winds there in Albuquerque where it toppled trees and a couple of transformers blew. And they had pretty good snow all around, except for where I was. We just got a trace. But to the north, south, east, and west of us, they got a pretty good pasting of snow, and they had to shut down Interstate 40 to accommodate. I guess they had a pretty good size accident Tuesday into Wednesday. So
I'm pretty sure that's the same storm that passed, came through the southern tier of the country. Then, of course, midweek there, it was sweeping through Texas, and then it started tapping into the moisture from the Gulf of Mexico, and really began ramping up as it headed off to the northeast now.
Yeah, well, that's too bad.
That's exactly what we're getting.
Sorry for them folks up there. So I know we were having power issues at the house. The electricity would be on, and then it would turn off, then it would come back on and turn off. About 20 times, my wife said. I was sound asleep. But, it burned out one of our, what do you call them? Not fuses, but...
breakers?
Oh, breakers, there you go. Man, I wonder if I got the onset of Alzheimer's disease because I can't remember the simplest little damn words. So we're going to have someone come out and replace one of them damn things. And I tell you what, I was at the Walmart. I guess it was yesterday or the day before. It's probably yesterday. And I posted on my Facebook page. Did you know that in addition to putting behind glass and a key, the bourbon, the hard liquor, they also got their perfume behind lock and key. And now they got the condoms, the oils, the birth control, early EPT, early pregnancy tests.
Yeah, really.
They have those in lock and key. And I said, is it just us in the neighborhood, or is this, what the hell's going on here? And they said, well, a lot of people are stealing the EPTs. And I said, there is only so much cold showers man can take, try to fend off those urges. And I said, and you have a government that is basically telling its citizens, stay home and hunker down. You get some young folks out there, maybe not such young folks like me and my wife, we're still active. I mean, you get them younger ones that are just like every hour on the hour. Yeah, I can see where the EPTs may be in high demand. And the sad thing is, they've got the little button there, and they've got a camera, and you hit that button, and that camera's supposed to be taking your picture, and you're waiting. And it's like, you don't want to be there to begin with, but if you got to stay there for 20 minutes and you make 2 trips to the pharmacy trying to find somebody with a key, you're either going to just say the hell with it and walk away and tell your spouse, well, I guess we'll find out in 3 months, or you're just going to have to go without, or someone's just going to buy a whole damn gob of stuff so they don't have to come back and deal with that nonsense again, because they're pretty quick with the key for the bourbon, and they're about half decent with the perfume, but I mean, that's one place you really don't want to be. It's bad enough buying condoms.
Wow.
Oh, hell. But other than that, this thing with that gunman there in Colorado, I was just listening to your news break there, and they said that Colorado has all sorts of gun laws in the books. And they said, they got the red flag warnings, and now they're starting to blame the family for not calling in and saying, hey, this guy's got a problem. And, with the way that the police have been gutted, so to speak, as far as budgeting, the police force dwindling, I mean, who to go out and check all these, claims? And, there's going to be people that, like my ex-wife, if she ever found out I had guns, she'd be go ahead and screaming, red flag, even there in New Mexico. And the idea is, well, you're not supposed to lie on the affidavit, but, there are so many people who do. I mean, how is a person supposed to know this is a credible claim or not?
Yeah.
It's not, and we were talking about it earlier this week. It's not the gun's fault. It's the person that has the gun pulling the trigger, and these laws are not going to keep those who are not supposed to have the guns from obtaining them. I imagine there's people out there that's got more damn guns than what they know what to do with. They got them illegally, and the ammunition to go with it. And me and others who are law-abiding citizens, we have to go through all the hoops and hoopla. And then, you can get the gun, but you can't find the ammunition. And when you do, it is outrageous. So, I don't know. There's an answer out there, and I think it should be everyone who wants to should go concealed carry or open carry, because an armed society is a polite society.
Yeah.
And if somebody acts up, there's going to be a lot of other people out there pointing the guns at the bad guy, saying, you know what, you're done. So, other than that, did I miss anything on my days off?
Oh, not a whole lot, I don't think. Just more of the same old.
Well, I understand somebody was saying Lobster and Big Ed were going to be getting lambasted with something over something. I didn't quite really catch all of it on Facebook, but it sounds like I'm not on listening. Things happen, and then as soon as I get on, same old.
Yeah, I must have
thought about a lottery ticket.
I must have missed the whole thing, but about Lobster and Big Ed, I'll have to see if I can find that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll probably have to go through my Facebook and see if I can't find that. But it just sounded like a whole bunch of fun I missed out on. So, anyways, that's what happens when I miss the company meeting. Right?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Hey, Senor, you have yourself a great weekend, and looking forward to hearing to you on Monday.
Thank you much, and yep, we'll be here if all goes as anticipated. All right, that frees up another line. Plenty of room for you here. Friday morning, it's 844-844-3388. And I did forget to make my announcement, didn't I? I forgot to announce our winners. By golly, I'll put it right here on top of my computer keyboard so I don't forget when we come back. Winners on a Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
At least 5 people are dead in Calhoun County, Alabama, after tornadoes ripped through the area. Shelby County was also impacted. Sheriff John Samaniego.
Everything from a few shingles off a roof to a completely collapsed house from the top to the bottom.
Thousands of people remain without power after trees took down power lines. Earlier, Governor Kay Ivey issued a state of emergency for over 40 counties. Former President Trump is reacting to the surge at the southern border.
We had the border the most secure, they say, in 20 years, but really, I think from the beginning, it's never been like this.
He spoke on Fox. Border Patrol agents say people are crossing the southern border in record numbers. During the news conference this afternoon, President Biden said most people are being turned away from the border, but unaccompanied children are being allowed to remain. This is USA Radio News.
Does your business spend $500 a month or more on gas and electric bills? Did you know by making a simple free phone call, you can save up to 25% on your bill every month? What could you do with a 25% savings on utility bills every month? Energy deregulation is now available in your state. Making one simple phone call will show you how we can lower your gas and electric bills instantly, with no changes to your bill and no enrollment fee. This is a free service. The only thing you'll notice is a lower bill every month. Call U.S. Power and Light right now. Learn how easy it is to lower your utility bills for your business and save money. We promise. So if you spend over $500 a month on your gas and electric bills, please call right now and unleash your savings. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. 800-941-3381. That's 800-941-3381.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in two thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Okay, back at it here. Winner. It's not a chicken dinner, but it is a Pluto Duo headset from Stellar Electronic. Thanks again to those fine folks at Stellar for teaming up with us. This is the first of what will be 4 weeks worth of giveaways. Let me see. Let me tell you a little bit more about the Pluto Duo. There we go. Thanks to the partnership. Grand prize winner here. Premium sound quality. Stellar Electronics, what they call noise armor technology. 99% noise reduction. 32 hours of talk time. You connect the Duo, which allows for full stereo conversation, and you've got the battery bank that will extend talk time up to 60 hours. Comes with a nice carrying case. Pluto Duo bundle is a $200 value. And winner of the Pluto Duo headset this week, Shelton Binkley. I guess that's your email. Shelton Binkley at blah, blah, blah. Hey, we've got a second and third place. So a second place prize from our friends at Hot Shot Secret. That's what they call the semi-prevention pack this time around. 64-ounce bottle of Stiction Eliminator. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. Exactly what you need to clean out and protect both the oil and fuel systems on your rig. Semi-prevention pack's a $120 value. Looking at the email here, pay attention. This one's kind of a different. RDP 4142 at something or other. If your email is RDP 4142, you've got the semi-prevention package. And yes, we've even got a third place runner-up prize here, and that is what we call the semi-performance package. That is a 64-ounce bottle of the Hot Shot Secret FR3 friction reducer and a 32-ounce bottle of everyday diesel treatment, a $78 value. If your email is TWJLWard, TWJLWARD, you're the semi-performance package winner. So obviously, Kyle, Josh, the folks at Hot Shot Secret, they've got your email address. They'll be in contact with you to get your respective shipping addresses so they can get the winner's products out to you there. So congratulations to this week's winners. Sometime probably before we come back and get things rolling on Monday morning, they'll reset via overnightdriveradio.com. That's the page you want to go to for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on contests, and that's where you'll register once again. And we'll do the same next Friday morning. You can't be a winner if you don't get registered. And while you're there, you can clip right over next to contest. It says shop. And get your official Steve Summers Overnight Drive t-shirts, available $14.95. They got some stickers, got some dash calendars available there. The hats again. The hats are in transit. Yeah, I thought maybe they'd have that up on the website by now, maybe by Monday morning. I know Kyle made it sound like the hats should have arrived by the end of the week. Maybe they'll get them today. So there you go, and thanks so much for participating. Now we get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Let's see what Steve's got on his mind this morning. Hello, Steve.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How are you?
Not too bad. Ready for the weekend, are you?
Yeah, it was dry out here for a little while. Headed into Iowa, and it started coming down again. Pretty windy out here, too, tonight.
Not seeing a whole lot showing up on the radar. I mean, a little bit of rain over eastern Iowa, over into northwest Illinois. Don't think you should be in the rain too long.
Yeah, that's where I'm heading towards Cedar Rapids. I'm on 80, heading west out of Chicago. But yeah, it was dry there for a while, and starting to pick up again. But hopefully, it's all going to pass pretty soon.
Yeah.
So I'll be coming home with a set of empties. So that's not too much fun in the wind. But yeah, that joke of a press conference, Steve. I watched about. I got up about noontime, 1 o'clock, and for a few minutes. I watched about 10 minutes of that, and I wanted to vomit. It's just a joke. They actually didn't throw softballs at him this time, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they threw beach balls.
Did it seem like it was almost a pre-scripted kind of thing? Did you think he knew what they were going to be asking him and all that?
And you know what? You know what the sad part is, Steve? He came out there with like this book, and he's fumbling through it, looking for the names. Who am I going to call on now?
Yeah, right.
I mean, there was a couple of times he didn't even know who he was supposed to call on, what he was supposed to answer, where he was. I mean, there was a couple of times he was stumbling and mumbling and fumbling. I think I told you the other night, these countries are laughing at us. China, Iran, North Korea. I mean, they just got to realize how weak this guy is and what he's doing in this country, and for them to be able to take advantage of us. Especially with this open border. There was this cattle rancher out in New Mexico. Excuse me. He has those trail cameras set up all along his property. I forget how many acres he's got. Thousands, right on the border. And most of it's barbed wire because they couldn't put the wall up there. But he says he's got every night. These people aren't people looking for work. He said they're people looking for trouble. That's how he described it. They're dressed in camo. They look like military people. I mean, we don't know what kind of criminals are coming into this country. Whether they're 9/11 types, we just don't know. And we don't know if they're here already.
Right.
That's the other problem. Once they blend in. But, Steve, the last time I heard any politician on the extremist side talk about liberty and freedom and being the greatest country in the world was when Donald Trump was in office. He talked about it all the time, almost every time he gave a speech. So today, one of the beach ball questions was, why are people coming up from Central America? Why do they want to come to the United States? And this buffoon of a president that we have, his answer was, oh, it's because I'm a nice guy. I'm nice guy Joe. I'm a nice guy. They like me. That's what he said. I mean, most presidents, if you're presidential and you love your country, you would say, listen, they're coming up here because they're fleeing oppression, violence. They realize that America is the greatest country in the world, and they want they want an opportunity. And he did not say that.
Mm-hmm.
He said, it's because I'm a nice guy. And he said it about 3 times.
Wow.
I mean, it's just appalling. Just appalling. And there was a couple of questions about the filibuster. He just lies and lies and lies to the camera. I mean, he really is an evil man. I mean, if you look at him, what his agenda is, he really is an evil man. That he's destroying our nation like this, or trying to.
Steve, do you think that they're actually going to eliminate the filibuster?
Yeah.
He's got a whole bunch of things he wants to shove through.
Yeah, to eliminate the filibuster. That's one of Ted Cruz was on Fox tonight, and he was talking. That's his most serious worry is that they're going to push that HR 1 through, which Georgia the governor just signed the election reform down there in Georgia today. So, but of course, all the liberals and Democrats are now calling that a racist. We're all a bunch of racists because we're trying to, suppress black people from voting. The thing that really gets me too, Steve, is how they use blacks and Asians and Hispanics and how they demoralize them, how they put to get off their ass and go get an ID to vote.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is despicable how they, how they treat the minorities in this country. You know, why they think they're so damn stupid that they don't realize how to vote. You know, I mean, if you get on an airplane and the TSA asks you for an ID, what are you supposed to do? Oh, that's racist. You can't ask me for an ID. Why aren't we saying that? Why aren't we talking about that? When somebody asks you for your ID when you want to buy a six-pack of beer, that's racist. I'm not showing you my ID. I mean, it's just a joke.
Yep.
What these people are talking about. Right after that governor signed that bill in Georgia, but Martin Luther King III, I guess, is one of his sons, and he was calling it, a Jim Crow era bill and racist. And I just cannot believe how everything's race in this country now. You know, I mean, you need an ID for just about everything, pretty much everything. And to ask somebody to present an ID to vote is no big deal. So, I don't know. But anyway, I wish you a good weekend, and thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Steve. Thank you so much. One thing we didn't touch on there, which we got wide open lines there at 844-844-3388. Someone asked, hey, did you catch the story, Steve, about the great son of Joe, Hunter Biden? Looks like another one of those rules for thee, but not for me kind of deals. And good old Joe got it swept under the rug and all hush, hush. Yeah, that story from Politico this past day says the Secret Service reportedly interceded 2 years ago on behalf of President Joe Biden's son, Hunter, in an attempt to quash evidence of a gun purchase after the revolver vanished. Agents tried to obtain the paperwork for the gun's sale to Hunter Biden from the store where he bought it. However, the owner refused to hand over the documents, according to two sources that spoke with Politico. Yeah, that's surfacing the day of Joe's first solo press conference. I don't suppose anyone asked Joe about that, did they? According to Politico, the Secret Service said it had no records of agents investigating the incident, and the president was not under protection at that time. Spokesperson had no knowledge of the Secret Service involvement. Law enforcement officials tell the outlet that any involvement by the Secret Service on behalf of the Biden family or on its own initiative would be inappropriate in an incident that was already under investigation by Delaware State Police with the involvement of the FBI. But according to law enforcement officials and a copy of the police report obtained by Politico, Hunter Biden's sister-in-law, Hallie, found the .38 revolver on October 23rd of 2018 during a search of Hunter's pickup truck. She then reportedly took Hunter's gun, wrapped it in a shopping bag, and threw it in a trash can behind a high-end grocery store. When she returned later to retrieve it, the gun was gone. Well, because the trash can was located across from a high school, Delaware police began investigating and grew concerned the missing gun may be used in a crime. Secret Service agents then reportedly approached the owner of the store where Hunter bought the gun, requesting the paperwork involving the sale. One with her first-hand knowledge of the episode says the store owner refused to hand over the paperwork because he suspected the agents wanted to hide ownership of the missing gun in case it were involved in a crime. Now, Ron Palmari, the store owner, eventually turned over the papers to the BATF. They oversee federal gun laws. The gun was returned days later by an older man, apparently who regularly rummages through the grocery store's trash to collect recyclable items. No charges or arrests resulted from that incident, they say. Although Joe was not under Secret Service protection at the time, individual Secret Service agents at offices in Wilmington, Delaware, and Philadelphia informally monitored the former vice president's security, according to law enforcement officials. For example, the officials at the Secret Service's Wilmington office called the Delaware State Police in 2019 to arrange security for a public appearance by Joe. Secret Service declined to confirm whether it had informal involvement in Biden's security during that period. Delaware State Police spokesman added, quote, "I've reached out to our sergeant who oversees the Executive Protection Unit with the Delaware State Police. He's unaware of any such requests or services provided." All right, and copies of the firearms transaction record and a receipt for the gun when he purchased that, October 12, 2018, obtained by the Politico, Hunter Biden answered no to a question asking, "Are you an unlawful user of or addicted to marijuana or any depressant, stimulant, narcotic drug, or any other controlled substance?" Of course, Hunter was discharged from the Navy Reserve 5 years earlier after testing positive for cocaine. There's no shortage of videos out there of Hunter participating in, we'll say, sexual activity. Remember the Hunter Biden laptop scenario? Whatever happened to Hunter's laptop? Some of those videos surfaced, and he's smoking, it looks like either crack or methamphetamine. Now, he obviously had a thing for the cocaine. It may have been crack. Can't tell. Yeah, lying on that form, by the way, is a felony. They do say those sort of offenses aren't typically prosecuted. So I guess Hunter's had his fair share. And the big question there, whatever happened to Hunter's laptop? That story just kind of faded away, didn't it? Kind of expected that would be the case. Don't know if there's any sort of ongoing investigation. There was at one point in time before Joe became president. All right, so we'll move on to the next item on the list here, the filibuster. That's quite the story here. This has been kind of the rumor, the rumbling in and around Washington, D.C. Joe recently held an undisclosed East Room session with historians that included discussion of how big is too big and how fast is too fast to try and jam through once-in-a-lifetime historic changes to America. Well, why does that matter? The historians' views, they say, were very much in sync with his own. It's time to go even bigger and faster than anyone expected. If that means chucking the filibuster and chucking bipartisanship, so be it. 4 things are pushing Biden to jam through what could amount to a $5 trillion plus overhaul of this country. Vast changes to voting, a.k.a. H.R. 1 that passed the House. They're not going to have the votes in the Senate unless they chuck the filibuster. Big plans for immigration reform and so-called inequality. He's got full party control of Congress and a short window to go big, they know. Short window being, I think they're already realizing come the midterm election 2022, there's a good chance they will no longer maintain control of the House and or the Senate. Right now, he's got party activists kind of egging him on. He has strong gathering economic wins at his back right now. Yeah, because we're coming out of the COVID pandemic. And believe it or not, they say he's actually popular in the polls. Presidential historian Michael Beschloss tells Axios that FDR and LBJ may turn out to be the past century's closest analogs for the Biden era in terms of transforming the country in many ways in a short time. He said the parallels include, remember, the New Deal economic relief that FDR brought in 1933. Saved the country from the Depression and chaos. Biden's on track to leave the country in a different place, as Lyndon Johnson did with the Great Society programs. People that are close to Joe say he's feeling pretty bullish on what he can get done, and he's fully prepared to support eliminating the Senate's filibuster rule so that Democrats can pass voting rights and other trophy legislation for his party. He loves this growing narrative that he is bolder and he's bigger thinking than even President Obama was. This temptation to go bigger, according to Mitch McConnell, is going to create such a divide, such a fissure between the parties that he compared it this week to a, quote, nuclear winter. But they say they're being told Biden will not hesitate, just like he passed the $1.9 trillion COVID rescue with zero Republican support and zero regrets. His team says they see little chance that he's going to be able to rewire the government in his image if he's going to play by the rules, which would include having to bring on board at least 10 Republicans. That thing called the majority, the supermajority. Lastly, they said he won't rub their noses in it. That'll be the Biden touch to roll in the opposition. But his list includes rural broadband expansion, which would be transformative in some communities, making the child tax credit permanent, landmark legislation on climate, guns, voting. Yes, looking to transform in very short order. How much can he accomplish? How much can he get done? Well, if they do eliminate the filibuster, they may rue the day. That really could come back to bite. I hope they look long and hard about what they're talking about doing. Yeah, they're essentially making the country being run as a one-party system. No such thing as partisanship on anything. All right, we close things out for hour number 2. Long ways to go. Lines available at 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Multiple locations are reporting injuries as tornadoes ripped through the South. The Calhoun County, Alabama Emergency Management Office says at least 5 people have been killed in Ohatchee. In Pelham, Alabama, there's reports of heavy damage.
We've got trees and power lines down. It is essential, please, stay off the road so first responders can get in here to help these people.
Public Information Officer Ainsley Allison. Governor Kay Ivey offered condolences to all of those impacted by the storm. The National Weather Service has tornado watches and warnings in effect. During a news conference, President Biden discussed the surge of migrants at the border. He said he's made arrangements to help more children.
Secretary of Defense has just made available Fort Bliss, 5,000 beds. Be immediately available. 5,000 beds in the Texas border.
This is USA Radio News.
Awesome and amazing day, friends. Hey, we are headed towards St. Patrick's Day, Luck of the Irish. And I want to give a great shout out to one of the greatest coaches of all time, Lou Holtz, who gave me his permission to use his name and his likeness when I used to be in the banking world. But you don't need luck this year to get healthy. You don't need luck to lose your fat. You don't need luck to get off all those medications. No, all you need is to use those hands and log on to EnergizeHealth.com or call us at 888-444-8895. Friends, you've heard Wayne talk about his amazing transformation, and you know Wayne is a crusader of truth and only speaks the truth. He would not be endorsing this protocol if it hadn't changed his life. You need to log on just to see that. So log on today to EnergizeHealth.com or call us at 888-444-8895.
The Texas Department of Health says the number of dead from February's winter storm and blackouts is now 111 people, which is nearly double the initial tally. He says most of the deaths were from hypothermia. North Korea's state media claims Pyongyang has launched a new tactical guided weapon. The report says Kim Jong-un couldn't be there. Tornado watches are in effect from Mississippi to Illinois. Alabama has been hit with a few big ones. There have been reports of some long-track twisters. Tanya Sims says she didn't realize the tornado was there in her hometown of Eagle Point until it had hit.
I had no idea we were under a tornado warning. I got the dog, all the animals downstairs just in time. But I thought, that doesn't, we don't have tornadoes.
Police in Pelham say at least 50 homes were damaged. Police in Calhoun County say there have been multiple injuries and at least 5 people have been killed. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow premium pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
An Illinois man is looking to break the world's record for the most push-ups on Saturday. With more, here's USA Radio's Tim Berg.
George Hood is no stranger to world records. The 63-year-old retired Marine holds about a half dozen other fitness records, including longest plank and longest time doing stationary cycling. On Saturday, he will host an outdoor event in Boca Raton, Florida, not only to attempt the record, but raise money for the Wounded Veterans Relief Fund. The record he's trying to break is 2,919. Hood will need to average roughly 50 push-ups per hour to achieve the record. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Los Angeles police came across some trouble as they tried to clear out a homeless camp. USA Radio's Lance Pry has more.
Los Angeles police clashed with hundreds of protesters on Wednesday as officers moved in to close Echo Park's massive homeless encampment. The demonstrators, a mix of homeless people and activists, threw bottles and objects at officers who attempted to push them back from the park. 2 unlawful assemblies were declared and dispersal orders were issued due to officers being assaulted with rocks, bottles, and smoke bombs. I'm Lance Pry from the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau.
Don't forget, you can listen to the news anytime by logging on to usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, back once again here on a Friday. Again, lines available. It's 844-844-3388. Update on the I-20 incident. DeRanger had sent me some dash cam video where there are trucks and more trucks all parked along the side of the interstate for many, many hours. And apparently, he said things started moving and then came to a stop again. Let's see here. Here's what he had to say. Noonan, Georgia, I guess is where he started. That's where I'm from. I've got family in Franklin, Georgia. That tornado tore through Franklin. I've heard hit nearby Sam's Club and a Costco. Don't know if it hit the stores directly. The news says it was close by. But I'm stuck in Mississippi, where that wreck was. We started moving, then we stopped moving. Still apparently don't have it cleared. I'll send you some updates if I hear any news. Thank you so much for keeping us informed, and thank you to Hotshot Secret for putting you back on the air. Thank you to Chris. Yes, indeed. And speaking of Chris Gabrelchik, it'll be next Friday morning. Hey, next Friday. First Friday in the month of April. And Chris joins us on the first Friday of each month. So he'll be with us next Friday morning, April the 2nd. Okay, so let me see here. Then Monty says, hello, Steve. The OOIDA Government Affairs issued an update regarding the highway bill. They're continuing to work with Congress to make this thing less bad. But I don't believe OOIDA would ever support any version of this bill. But it should start moving through Congress in May. It could move fairly quickly because it's a priority with Biden. This is not a normal highway bill. It will encompass much, much more. Not surprising. This is the way they're getting their agenda through. Like, look at the $1.9 trillion, quote, stimulus package, which 90% of it had nothing to do with COVID. Now, Monty goes on to say this bill will probably garner no support from Republicans. Very little, if any. Democrats will likely use what they call reconciliation, as you were just talking, getting rid of the filibuster to move it through the Senate. If that's the case, some of the issues like insurance hikes won't be included. Kind of like the $15 minimum wage had to be axed from the COVID bill by the Senate parliamentarian. There's only certain things you can do under reconciliation. And I guess the insurance hike would not be one of those. So skirting the rules may have some advantages in that instance, but you may recall the article I sent you from Pete Buttigieg about his view of transportation. The fact that his ideas are we need to de-emphasize vehicle transportation in favor of bike trails and high-speed rail system and trains. Yes, I did indeed share that the other night, Monty. If you're up with us tonight, you can give us a ring here, give us the full report. Anyway, as the bill is now, it's doubtful OOIDA or any small business trucker is going to support this unless we see some wholesale changes to it. That's unlikely. Not likely to happen. Not impossible, but not likely to happen. All right, Monty, thank you for the update. Yes, that's kind of what we figured. This is, you roll everything into one massive bill. And they try to make it sound like you've got to pass this bill. All right, Scotty, what are you saying here? Just sent me an email. By the way, email steve@hotshotsecret.com. He said T-shirts are on back order. You need to tell someone in the front office that you actually have more than 10 listeners. I have no idea how many shirts they ordered there, but that's good news. I was wondering if anybody was ordering Steve Summers Overnight Drive T-shirts. He sent me the email, I guess. What, Scotty, you actually tried to order one? Lo and behold. I figured you'd wait till you rolled through town so you could get a freebie. The email response says, "We are sorry. We sold more Steve Summers T-shirts than we had. We can wait until we get more in, or we can refund your order. Let us know what you'd like us to do." All right, so they actually had more orders. How many did they order? They must have ordered at least 50. I don't know. I'm just kidding. All right, so they'll be getting more in, obviously. So more shirts and the hats will be coming in short order. Well, there you go. That's good to know. It is 844-844-3388. Let's get back to the calls here. And would that be the Donut Man? Would that be you?
That'd be me, Steve. How you doing this morning, my friend?
Oh, doing well. Long time no talk. How about you?
Oh, hanging in there, trying to keep these wiggle wagons on the road coming up on 71 up here by Mount Gilead, up where Hot Shot Secret corporate offices are. So,
Yes, sir. Right off the
Louisville
interstate.
these days. These three yesterday, today, and tomorrow. But thanks to the COVID, we get to miss our annual gathering in Louisville again this year.
Yep.
Kind of miss seeing everybody. You know, made a lot of friends through this show, thanks to you and your dad, Monkey Gouger, and everybody else. But yeah, this whole Pretender in Chief's press conference today, kind of, I don't know, nobody seemed to notice, but he made a comment in there that kind of just got my attention. He talked about when he was going to run, and if he was going to run again for election, and he kind of made the comment that, is there even going to be a Republican Party in 3.5 years? Which kind of told me that's what HR 1 is all about.
Yeah.
They want to basically, what goes for California is the rest of the country, a one-party system, and if you don't like it, well, they talked about, well, Trump supporters need to go to re-education centers, and patriotic Americans need to be re-educated, and blah, blah, blah. I said, gee, Communist Manifesto come to mind to anybody? It's scary, Steve. I mean, just seeing how far we've fallen. I mean, Dr. Seuss is offensive, but this Cardi B or whatever the hell her name is, get up there and act like making a softcore porn movie or something on TV, and they call that wholesome family entertainment. I mean, it scares me.
And that all happened in the same week. You had Dr. Seuss, then you had Pepe Le Pew. What else did they have?
Yep.
And they can't cancel this, cancel that. What else? And then the Cardi B thing. And you're right, that was pretty darn close to a soft porn.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I have never watched an award show like that, but I mean, just seeing that, I'm like, they wonder why our kids are messed up. I'm worried for, my grandkids, your grandkids, and I know a lot of other people, a lot of other friends have grandkids and kids out there. I mean, what kind of future are we leaving for them?
Exactly.
Man, it just scares the heck out of me. When he said, is there even going to be a Republican Party in 3.5 years? That caught my attention because I just happened to have the TV on. I was getting ready to come into work and heard that, and I was kind of like, did I just hear what I think I just heard? I said, if anybody has any wonders what HR 1 is really about, you can see that, how they acted today, I think it was Governor Kemp in Georgia signed that voter reform, and
he did.
The first thing they do
Yep.
is whip out the race card. And where are all these people all these legal voters that are being suppressed, Steve? Have you seen any? I know I haven't.
No.
They keep claiming it. They keep saying, well, Trump claimed the election was stolen without evidence. Well, where's all these people that are being, that are being suppressed because they happen to be black or Asian or this race or that race? I mean, show me these legal voters that are being suppressed. I mean, They need an ID to get their government benefits. They need an ID to buy a 6-pack of beer or a pack of cigarettes.
Buy a house, get a job, get on a plane, you open a bank. But I mentioned that several weeks ago, Donut Man. It should be an insult to these people, as they always use the word the minorities. It should be an insult to them when they're trying to say that they have to have an ID to vote is holding them back. Because at the same time, they're basically saying no minorities either have a job, buy a home, have a bank account, purchase liquor, smoke cigarettes. You can't have one without the other. You got to have the ID to do all those things. So that really should be insulting to them to say you're holding back the minorities by making us show an ID to vote. That's a joke.
I mean, they're making it sound like they're uneducated. I mean, the pretender-in-chief made a comment about not having a computer or something like it. It almost made it sound like, well, they're even too stupid to use a computer, is how it came across to me. That, like you said, if somebody talked about me like that, that would piss me off. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, you'd be offended.
Literally ticked off.
Exactly.
You're going to insult me and this and that. You know what? I remember you come election day when you're in the unemployment line. But no, they sit there like, yeah, oh yeah, that's right. It's just, I just never thought I would ever see the day where you believe in America, you're racist. If you're a patriotic American, believe in freedom of speech and the Second Amendment, you're a racist. I mean, they've downgraded and just made basically the term racist more or less a joke anymore, because it's like that's the only playbook they know how to use. Well, you don't like something, well, we're going to stir up the race card and we're going to label you a racist, and cancel culture and the social justice warriors are all going to shut the business down and everything else. Now they're trying to go after that baker in Colorado again now, that Masterpiece Bakery, because he went all the way to Supreme Court and beat him when he wouldn't bake a cake for a gay wedding. And then the same people that claim, that take up for Facebook and all these other big techs that, they're independent businesses, they could do what they want, are the same people that said, well, since that bakery won't bake a transgender coming out with cake now or something, well, we're going to put him out of business. And you try to explain, well, what's the difference? You said a private business, they could do what they want. I mean, it's just pure hypocrisy, Steve. I don't know how else to put it. It's just insanity. I don't know how else to say it.
Pure and simple. That's exactly what it is, Donut Man. There's no other way to say it. It's absolute hypocrisy.
These other countries are laughing at us. That North Korean Kim Jong, whatever, Un or mentally ill or whatever, starting his shenanigans again since Trump's not in there. But I did see a good meme about him on Facebook. He said, bring back Orange Man with hot wife, and it shows Biden on the phone. He goes, listen here, Fat, we got nukes. Oh, listen here, Joe, we have stairs.
Yeah. Yeah, that got a chuckle out of me. I saw that one too. Well, Donut Man, hey, good to hear from you. Thank you for checking in. He mentioned the state of Georgia. On one hand, I'm thinking, Trump was pretty PO'd, Georgia's governor, and Georgia's, I believe it was his Secretary of State, about failing to do something about election improprieties that he felt had occurred there, as we all recall. But Georgia's governor did indeed sign into law some rather sweeping Republican-sponsored overhaul of state election law that includes new restrictions on voting by mail and greater legislative control on how the elections are run. Democrats and voting rights groups say this is going to disproportionately disenfranchise voters of color. Part of a wave of Republican-backed election bills that have been introduced in states all around the country after President Trump alleged fraud in the 2020 election. So as Kemp was delivering remarks shortly after signing the bill, he was interrupted by a commotion inside the ceremonial office, and he asked an aide, "What's the problem?" Before the live stream cut out, apparently just outside of his office, there were like 10 protesters, including Democrat State Representative Park Cannon and Erica Thomas, who are both African Americans. Cannon was arrested by Capitol Police after knocking on the door of the governor's office during his remarks. But the changes to voting laws followed the record-breaking turnout that led to Democrat victories in the presidential contest and 2 Senate runoffs in the once reliably red state. Apparently, Kemp signed the bill less than 2 hours after it received final passage in the Georgia General Assembly, passed the State House 100 to 75 on Thursday, before the state Senate quickly agreed to the changes by a vote of 34 to 20. Republicans were in support, Democrats were opposed. Democrat Minority Leader said this bill is filled with voter suppression tactics. We're witnessing right now a massive, unabashed assault on voting rights, unlike anything we've seen since the Jim Crow era, she says. Wow. Georgians turned out in record-breaking numbers because they could access the ballot. Lies upon lies were told about our elections in response, and now this bill is before us that is built on those same lies. So lo and behold, this requires a photo ID to vote absentee by mail. More than 1.3 million Georgia voters used that option last year due to the COVID. It cuts the time people have to request an absentee ballot, and it limits where ballot drop boxes can be placed and when they can be accessed. All right, so voter ID. You have to have an ID to vote by mail. Well, that's the whole thing. If you don't have to have an ID to vote by mail, all you have to do is get thousands of ballots into the hands of people without an identification. I could fill out 100 myself. I don't have to have an ID. And some suggest they believe those sort of things may have happened last November. I don't suppose we'll ever really know the full story. With that, what are we looking at here? About 25 past the hour. Hey, what's going on this morning, Pappy?
How you doing, Steve?
Good. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, sir. Hey, man, give Donut Man a big cookie. He gets the big cookie for tonight. He's absolutely right, Steve. I know you said you didn't see any of this press conference, if you want to call it that he put on.
Yeah.
But when they asked him if he was going to run again in 2024, he was kind of dodging the question. But then it was his mannerism in which he said it too. He kind of put his hands on the podium, leaned forward to that reporter, with kind of like a nod and a wink, and said there might not even be a Republican Party. Donut Man hit it on the head. It caught my man, I'm telling you. Another thing he said that there was no other administration in the past that left children starving on the border except for Trump. And he said he's not about to do that. He is not going to leave any child starving on the border. That was an eye-opener for me, too. He just gave a green light.
Yep.
To everybody on the border. Let your kids come. We're not going to let them starve. We'll bring them in. You think it's bad now, you just give it another month and see what happens. Steve, man,
out of one side of their mouth, they're trying to say that our messages The border is not open. The border is closed. Don't come. Now is not the time to come. But everything they actually do signifies the border is open. We're renting hotel rooms for you. They've rented heard the story last night about the 500 the man camp that was built for the oil field workers. They've rented that out. We're getting you some luxury accommodations if you can get over here.
Steve, what comes out of their mouth, but their arms are waving everybody in. Come on. I'll tell you what, man, I wish I could remember who wrote this book. He wrote this book about 15 years ago, Stephen, and he was talking about China. And he went on in this book to say that it's China is going to try to divide this country by causing a race war. All this crazy talk with racism and all this going on, I think it's a direct result of China stirring the pot up in this country. How do we go from some of the best, in my opinion, relationships we had in this country prior to Obama being elected? And how did everything go downhill so fast? Unbelievable.
Well, he spent Obama spent 8 years fanning the flames of divisiveness, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, that's when, all these police shootings happen and all hell broke loose, Man, Steve, I think you said something a couple weeks ago. Do these Democrats really believe in what they're preaching?
Yeah.
No, sir, they don't. I'm telling the word of the day should be believe. These people don't believe what they are preaching, Steve. They have no morals. And one thing's a fact. If you go into a fight and you don't believe what you're fighting for, you're going to lose that fight. That's a fact. Believe that. And I know you and from your callers and the majority of American people believe in what we're fighting for.
Absolutely.
So things are looking grim. I mean, they're going to go full steam ahead, Steve. Full steam ahead. They're going to do exactly what we were hearing they were going to do about the filibuster. Kiss it goodbye.
So pretty much everything he wants to get done, all this that he wants accomplished is going to have to be done before the midterm elections then. So they're going to shove every damn thing under the sun, rapid fire, down the rabbit's hole in the next 2 years, the next year and a half.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You hit the nail on the head. What happens in 2022? So it's full steam ahead. They are, man, hold on tight. But we believe in what we're fighting for. They don't.
Yep.
So don't give up.
When I look at these scenarios, I say, it's how could it be possible with anyone that really has any common sense, actual knowledge? How could you actually support that? And that's what just makes you scratch your head.
What's the Hawaiian governor's name? That female out there. I can't take on it. I can't remember her name. I'm getting not Alzheimer's, but some timers. Steve.
Yeah.
I think it's starting to hit me too, man. Sometimes I remember, sometimes I don't. But she was on. I don't know if it was CNN, MSNBC, one of these shows, talking about she is not going to vote for any more of Biden's appointees unless they are Hawaiian. Now, if that ain't racist, what is?
Exactly. They always say it's not supposed to be about race. It's supposed to be about who's most qualified for the job. And many of the appointees that Joe Biden has appointed, he comes right out and says, I'm going to appoint a woman, or I'm going to appoint a black person. So your mind is set beforehand. You're not even looking at job qualifications or who might even be best for the job. It's crazy.
We have went backwards. And if you think about it, this is so crazy. It makes sense to me if somebody's trying to stir the pot. What were the two colleges? There was two of them. One of them really stuck out. They were going to have a graduations for the Afro-Americans, the graduations for the Asians. You know what I mean? They weren't just going to have one graduation. Now they were going to segregate them.
Yep.
Why are we going backwards?
That's going back to the late 60s, early 70s, right?
Yes, sir.
Totally backwards.
Hold on tight. Interesting ride.
Gonna be a roll. All right. Well, Pappy, have a great weekend. Thank you for checking in. Be safe out there, and we'll talk next week. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Multiple locations are reporting injuries as tornadoes rip through the South. The Calhoun County, Alabama Emergency Management Office says at least 5 people have been killed in Ohatchee. In Pelham, Alabama, there's reports of heavy damage.
We've got trees and power lines down. It is essential, please stay off the road so first responders can get in here to help these people.
Public Information Officer Ainsley Allison. Governor Kay Ivey offered condolences to all of those impacted by the storm. The National Weather Service has tornado watches and warnings in effect. During a news conference, President Biden discussed the surge of migrants at the border. He said he's made arrangements to help more children.
Secretary of Defense has just made available Fort Bliss, 5,000 beds. Be immediately available. 5,000 beds in the Texas border.
This is USA Radio News.
What kind of career are you looking for? Do you dream of using your creative talents in the movie business? How about the advertising world? Or would you rather work in fashion? At Academy of Art University, we can help you get the art and design skills and experiences that employers want. Hundreds of top companies in the Bay Area and around the world have hired graduates from the Academy. You'll be trained by professional faculty members that have worked in the industry, so your education is practical and focused on what real-world companies want. You can get your degree at our San Francisco campus or anywhere online. Do what you want to do with your life. Call right now to get more information.
800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. 800-811-7913. That's 800-811-7913.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
All right, it looks like Atlanta, Georgia. You're kind of under the gun. Severe thunderstorms rumbling through the Atlanta metro area. 60-mile-an-hour winds. And, that's enough to cause some roof damage, siding, trees down, power outages, all that fun stuff. So you got DeKalb County, Gwinnett County, and Fulton County. Severe thunderstorm warning till 3:15 a.m. Eastern time here. Yes, the good news would be we have not had any additional tornado warnings since that first hour of the program. The large confirmed tornado that ripped through Noonan, Georgia. Have to wait for the sun to come up to see just how much damage occurred there. I'm sure they've got crews on the way in. Not hearing a whole lot out of Noonan at this point in time. Otherwise, just rain, and more rain. You're solid locked in the rain from Buffalo, New York to Detroit. All the way back into Chicago, raining in Toledo. Yeah, for the most part, looks like southernmost reaches of Ohio, you're cleared out. Southern Indiana from about Indianapolis on south, you've cleared out. Now, you do have the backside of the storm, the wraparound. You're definitely seeing the winds howling this morning. They weren't kidding about that. Looks like there's one more little line of showers that may push on through the Columbus area here the next hour or so. I'm looking here. It's right along I-70 west of Columbus, just beginning to move in to the loop around Columbus. So that'll be crossing I-71 as well. Not seeing any severe thunderstorm warnings out of that, but just one more batch of gusty winds, heavy rain, and a quick torrential downpour there in central Ohio. All that action further back out to the west on the wraparound of the storm. The models are all saying that's going to kind of push through the northern half of Indiana, then begin moving on up into the northern portions of Ohio. Further to the south, things beginning to clear out through much of Kentucky. Your showers still over the easternmost reaches of Kentucky. On down into Tennessee, it's the easternmost reaches of Tennessee. That one line of thunderstorms, as we just mentioned, pushing through the Atlanta metro area right now. Once that line pushes through, things should definitely begin to quiet down, calm down, begin to improve through the upcoming day here on a Friday. Now, we've got lines available at 844-844-3388. Let me jump to Danny, I believe, on the line. Good morning, Danny.
Hey, good morning, Steve. You don't realize how much you really like something until you lose it. When you was all these nights down through the years out here, and when you left the airways, it was like, man, I really miss that. And it's great to have you back. You
hey, thank you so much, Danny.
You don't realize how much you appreciate something until it's gone sometimes. But what I called about was, two things I would like to bring up, if you would allow me. One is a filibuster, and the other was the other night you had touched on West Virginia trying to eliminate the income tax. But I'll start with a question on the filibuster. How could you have a rule that takes 60 votes to stop a filibuster that wouldn't take 60 votes to eliminate that rule?
I think, how does that work? Is it the party that's in charge, whatever? I mean, certain things, there's only so many times they can use that in a year, was my understanding.
Right.
I think once a year or whatever. But
well, okay, but you would think, that it would take 60 votes to change a rule that took, a 60-vote rule. But with that being said, the present day filibuster is nothing more than a lazy senator's easy way for a log jam. They're misleading us on eliminating the filibuster. They can't actually eliminate the filibuster because in the Constitution, by design, the Senate is different than the House, and especially in one way, where House, I think, it's been a while since I read the Constitution, but the House, I think, is limited to 2-hour debate unless they lose the rules. But the Senate, it has unlimited debate. So if you want to get up there and stand, and that's guaranteed in the Constitution, and the old type filibuster, in the beginning, before they started changing the rules to make it easy, this is like lazy man. Well, we'll go call filibuster, and we get 16 senators to sign that we're going to filibuster. Then that way they can't get a 60 vote to break it. When in the old days, you had to get up there and stand and talk. And I remember Robert Byrd back when I was a kid and growing up, giving away my age now. But anyway, I learned more West Virginia history during a filibuster than I did in school studying West Virginia history, because he would just get up and stand and talk about history, talk about his mom, talk about where he come from, and then he'd punt off to another senator for him to go take a break, and then they would come back. So even with 99 votes, you could not eliminate that debate. So what it is they got a lazy way of doing it now. But if they take away the lazy way of doing it, then they're just going to have to go out there and stand when they're that dedicated on stopping a piece of legislation. You got to round the clock and switch off to your fellow senators that's in the battle with you.
Yep.
So they couldn't really eliminate it. So they're kind of misleading us. They can't take it away, but if you got somebody that's willing to stand up and do it.
I'm seeing here that I guess the question of Biden yesterday was, do you need 60 votes to remove the filibuster, or are they going to set it to where you just need that 51 votes to break a filibuster? Right.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, where's the reasoning there? How could you do that? But if they do, then they still have the Republicans can still stop this stuff, but they're going to have to burn the midnight oil. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And switch off to other senators, and you just got to stand there around the clock and stop it. Just log jam the whole process. But the other thing was about you had mentioned West Virginia our governor trying to eliminate the income tax, which face value sounds great, but Steve, let me tell you, it's all smoke and mirrors. What they're doing, what he wants to do is eliminate the income tax, but they're not to get physically responsible with the money or eliminate anything. They're just going to switch it over to, they're going to raise the sales tax to 8% or 8.5%. Going to put the rest of the taxes on tobacco, alcohol, soft drinks. They proposed a couple other new taxes, and the numbers they got right now, they're actually going to increase the revenue. If they would eliminate the income tax, they're actually going to get more money off the citizens of the state. So it's It's a joke.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, for the average individual, when you hear, hey, the governor wants to eliminate the state income tax, that sounds great. I mean, I'm paying less. State taxes, you don't pay nearly as much in state as you do federal, but you get a few $100 back. I typically get a few $100 back at the end of the year on my state return, but it'd be nice to not have to pay any.
Pay every year, even on some. I think and it's quite a bit. Ours is fairly high. It is pretty high, but that's it's. I'd love to see right on down. It's right on down to your city and county governments and whatever. They never ever. If they get a little windfall of money, it's not how can we give this back to the taxpayers, but it's how can we spend it.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, and that's just like down to our Board of Education. New York City's got 8.7 million people. We've got one Board of Education. We've got 55 counties in West Virginia. We've got 56 Board of Educations. We've got 55 county boards of education, and one state board of education, and with the total population in the state of 1.5 million or 1.6 million. So, you just can't win. And I'll let somebody, what his horse pedal says, I'll let another more intelligent caller get on here.
Hey.
And I thank you for taking my call.
Hey, thank you so much.
Glad to have you back on the air. It's really great.
I'm glad you found us, Danny. Thank you so much for being a participant here. All right, so there you go. Wide open lines at 844-844-3388 here on a Friday morning, TGIF. All right, trying to understand this. Most legislation in the Senate requires 60 votes to overcome a filibuster. Democrats hold a narrow 50-seat majority, thanks in part, of course, to having Kamala Harris, the Democrats having the presidency. The vice president breaks the Senate tie. Most Democratic legislation is unlikely to garner support, obviously, from 10 Republicans. The filibuster is the biggest roadblock to Democrats achieving most of their legislative priorities. Yesterday, Mr. Biden said the filibuster was being abused in a gigantic way. He went on to say that a talking filibuster would force senators to stand there and talk and talk and talk until you collapse. And then the Senate could proceed with a vote afterwards. I strongly support moving in that direction, Biden said. This would not address the problem of a bill needing 60 votes to advance. He then sidestepped the question about whether he believed it should take 60 votes or 51 votes to break a filibuster. He also called himself a practical guy, suggested he'd be willing to go further on the filibuster if it seemed that Democrat priorities like bills on voting rights were not going to receive votes on the Senate floor. If we have to, if there's complete lockdown and chaos as a consequence of the filibuster, then we'll have to go beyond what I'm talking about, and that is where you eliminate the filibuster. That's how they passed their $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan. They did that using what they call reconciliation, which allows certain bills to pass with a simple majority. Maybe that's the one, I believe. The reconciliation, you can't use that all the time. Reconciliation cannot be used for most types of legislation, which sets up an eventual showdown in the Senate over things like immigration, voting rights, and more. Chuck Schumer yesterday said he's going to bring the massive voting rights, that H.R. 1 in the House, he's going to bring that up on the Senate floor for a vote. It's all but certain it will fail because there will be no Republican support. Republican senators say S1, it was H.R. 1, so it's Senate Bill 1, the For the People Act, is just a power grab by Democrats. Well, the Democrats insist they're trying to protect voting rights. So they go on and on, back and forth on that. Of course, Mitch McConnell slammed Senate Bill 1 on the Senate floor just after Schumer spoke, saying Democratic arguments that this is going to protect voting rights is just nonsense. That goal is let Washington Democrats rig the rules from the top down to hide that partisan project behind the smokescreen as so-called voting rights. Now, that For the People Act may not even have full support from Democrats. Joe Manchin expressing skepticism about the bill this week. He's currently the only Democrat in the Senate who is not a co-sponsor. He's also vehemently opposed to eliminating the filibuster. So in that sense, Manchin could be the guy that they wouldn't even have the 51 vote to eliminate the filibuster. But he did tell reporters, I think all of us should be able to be united around voting rights, but it should be limited to voting rights. Senate Bill 1, in its current, as it is written right now, will divide us even further on a partisan basis. If the bill were limited to voting rights, it would strip provisions related to campaign finance, ethics reform. These are all the big priorities of the progressives. All right, as the Senate prepares to take up that particular bill, going to have to work towards some sort of a bipartisan solution. Pushing through legislation of this magnitude on a purely partisan basis. You may see a short-term benefit, but it's only going to exacerbate the distrust that millions of people have against the government right now. So, now that statement yesterday kind of indicated he was not willing to create an exception to the filibuster rule, specifically for voting rights. That's been suggested by some Democrats. He said last week, if you carve out, creating such a carve-out rule, it'd be like being a little bit pregnant, meaning it's not possible to just partially change the filibuster. Either you're pregnant or you're not. Either the filibuster is or is not. So, boy, crazy things, crazy times. What's going on in our nation's capital? What is he, about 6 before the hour? Open lines at 844-844-3388. All right, so talking about the gun legislation that's going to be heading into the Senate as well. 2 different bills that had passed the House. South Dakota Republican Senator Mike Rounds actually dared President Biden to confiscate his guns yesterday. He posted a picture of a statue of himself holding a rifle and the writing, "Come and take it." The photo on Twitter shows the statue of the state of South Dakota created as part of a series called Trail of Governors. I guess that was created back in 2016. The artwork of Rounds. Come take it. All right, following public statements by Biden's aides and Kamala Harris that indicate this administration is pondering some sort of executive action on gun control, in addition to the 2 bills that are pending in the Senate right now. Of course, you had the highly publicized, the shooting in Atlanta, the shooting in Boulder, and you have to capitalize on all this kind of stuff. It's kind of like where Beto O'Rourke came out and said, hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15s and your AK-47s. Earlier this week, obviously, Joe shouted out, we don't need to wait another minute, let alone another hour, to take common sense steps to save lives. That's more gun legislation. Hey, that's interesting from the come and take it. It is 844-844-3388 as we roll toward top of the hour news update. Is this Robert, or is it Rubber Duck? It looks like maybe it's Rubber Duck.
It's Rubber Duck.
Hello, Rubber Duck.
Democrats and protecting voter rights. Isn't that an oxymoron?
Ball. Ultimate.
Ultimate one with a capital O. But someone brought up something about states with no income tax. Let's see. About 8 years ago, I had an employer tell me how much money I was losing a week to state income taxes living where I lived in the Northeast, and how great the South was, and how I needed to move down there to his state. There was no state income tax, and I would get all this money back in my paycheck.
Yeah.
Well, in a way I did. Every time we went to the store, the sales taxes were higher. We had almost a 10% tax at the grocery store with the piggyback taxes and stuff, because of all the tax credits that the political parties in Tennessee gave away to get companies to come and bring those jobs to Tennessee. They didn't have any revenue because they gave them all the tax credits. You have to get tax. You have to have revenue to get tax revenue to support your society. The demise of these big cities is the proof of it. I don't know what these people are thinking, Steve. I really don't.
Well, that's pretty much exactly what our friend was talking about there in West Virginia. He made it sound like it's smoke and mirrors. I shared the story about the governor saying he wants to eliminate the state income tax, but I guess if you're going to jack up other taxes in the state, fuel tax, groceries, cigarettes, beer, sin taxes, they like to call them, sugary drinks or whatever. They're going to get their money somewhere.
Maryland, we paid a flush tax. We paid a flush tax back in the day. We had a rain tax. We had a flush tax. You had your property taxes. You had your local property taxes. You had tolls every time you drove on a road. Then you had, like you said, you had your income tax coming out at a high rate. And so, yeah, I kind of, maybe he's right. Then when you need one of those essential services that relies on those tax dollars to fund those services, the difference in the amount of the dollar amount that you can get from the services is drastically large. I mean, Maryland unemployment was, the one time I needed it, like $500 a week higher than what Tennessee was going to pay the one time that I needed it then. And that was, pre-COVID. But thank God we don't need that no more.
Well, Rubber Duck, thank you for checking in this morning. It's good to hear from you. And, it's... All right, so you learn something new every day. I mean, I always heard things about when we lived down in northwest Georgia there that people say, well, you need to, why don't you move across the line up to Tennessee? I mean, you make a lot more money. Well, guess maybe not. All depends on how you look at it. You're going to pay one way or the other, I guess. All righty, news update here. It's top of the hour as we make our way into the early hours of a Friday. And our number, 844-844-3388. Go ahead and take care of the phone reset here, and we'll come back with 2 more hours to roll on. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Multiple locations are reporting injuries as tornadoes ripped through the South. The Calhoun County, Alabama Emergency Management Office says at least 5 people have been killed in Ohatchee. In Pelham, Alabama, there's reports of heavy damage.
We've got trees and power lines down. It is essential, please stay off the road so first responders can get in here to help these people.
Public Information Officer Ainsley Allison. Governor Kay Ivey offered condolences to all of those impacted by the storm. The National Weather Service has tornado watches and warnings in effect. During a news conference, President Biden discussed the surge of migrants at the border. He said he's made arrangements to help more children.
Secretary of Defense has just made available Fort Bliss, 5,000 beds. Be immediately available. 5,000 beds in the Texas border.
This is USA Radio News.
Friends, Mike Lindell is a great supporter of conservative radio, but most of all, he's a man who has invented a great USA product that will help you get a great night's sleep. For over 3 years, I've told you how the MyPillow Premium Pillow has changed my life. I get the best sleep of my life. But more importantly, the pillows don't go flat. You can wash them and dry them as many times as you want. They maintain their shape, and they are made in the USA. Here's the best deal you'll ever get on a MyPillow Premium Pillow. $29.98 for a standard or queen size pillow. King size only $5 more. You're saving $40. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. You can save up to 60% on any MyPillow product when you use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the MyPillow Premium Pillow Special.
NASA says it's not aliens. People across the Pacific Northwest are reporting a bright light in the sky that shattered into multiple pieces before fading out. At around 9 p.m. Pacific time, multiple people recorded what seemed to be a meteor breaking up in the skies over Oregon. Witnesses say the light was very bright before it exploded. Video shows an amazing light show lasting almost a minute long as the pieces slowly break apart. Astronomer Jonathan McDowell says the Falcon 9 second stage from the March 4 Starlink launch failed to make a deorbit burn and re-entered after 22 days in orbit. He said the re-entry was observed from Seattle all the way through to Northern California. McDowell also said the deployment rods from the Falcon 9 should be down sometime next week. You're listening to USA Radio News.
You've heard me talking about MyPillow for 3 years, folks. It's the truth. I get the best sleep of my life with a MyPillow. You can do it too. 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty, made in the USA. You'll sleep well or you'll get your money back. Go to mypillow.com. Click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, get 2 MyPillow Premium Pillows for the price of one, or call 1-800-951-8175. Get the best sleep of your life and do it now.
An Illinois man is looking to break the world's record for the most push-ups on Saturday. With more, here's USA Radio's Tim Berg.
George Hood is no stranger to world records. The 63-year-old retired Marine holds about a half dozen other fitness records, including longest plank and longest time doing stationary cycling. On Saturday, he will host an outdoor event in Boca Raton, Florida, not only to attempt the record, but raise money for the Wounded Veterans Relief Fund. The record he's trying to break is 2,919. Hood will need to average roughly 50 push-ups per hour to achieve the record. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Los Angeles police came across some trouble as they tried to clear out a homeless camp. USA Radio's Lance Pry has more.
Los Angeles police clashed with hundreds of protesters on Wednesday as officers moved in to close Echo Park's massive homeless encampment. The demonstrators, a mix of homeless people and activists, threw bottles and objects at officers who attempted to push them back from the park. 2 unlawful assemblies were declared and dispersal orders were issued due to officers being assaulted with rocks, bottles, and smoke bombs. I'm Lance Pry from the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau.
Don't forget, you can listen to the news anytime by logging on to usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Okay, just like that, back at it here. Looks like Josh lost his cell. Give us a ring back up, Josh. Lines available at 844-844-3388. Again, things calming down as far as our severe weather. Not seeing any additional, even severe thunderstorm warnings in the last nearly hour, a little less than an hour. But yeah, things getting better as the night progresses. That's good news. Have more on the traveler's weather coming up here. Then again, of course, as we mentioned earlier, you're going to be running the risk of more potential strong storms with more systems pushing through parts of the southeast as we get on into the weekend. No rest for the weary. All right, so the border was an issue that actually was indeed apparently discussed at the Biden press conference this past day. President Joe Biden, who vowed to run a transparent administration, at his press conference declined to commit that he will allow the media and the camera crews access to the situation on the southern border. Now, Republicans are lashing out for that stance. This is an insult to the purposes of a free press, they're saying. Representative Chip Roy of Texas says this crisis is out of control. Indeed, it is far worse than most realize, largely because your administration is not only mischaracterizing the crisis, but you are prohibiting journalists from witnessing and documenting this up close. That's an insult to the purpose of a free press, which is defended in our Constitution, which are to inform the public and hold those in power accountable. That is correct. They have been restricting access to reporters and cameras. Yeah, for the whole period here. It's overwhelmed, which even Joe Biden apparently now acknowledges, but ultimately it's Donald Trump's fault. Seeing as our administration refuses to publicly acknowledge the crisis in contradiction to demonstrated facts, denying reporters access is only seen as a craven effort to keep the public from realizing just how bad things are, that the policies have created chaos, lawlessness, and human suffering along the southern border. All right, Biden said he's not inclined to open up the press, access to the press at the border, until his corrective plans are implemented. Really? You can't see the chaos, but let us get things fixed up. We got to clean the house up first before we're going to let you come in here. I will commit when my plan very shortly is underway to let you have access to not just them, but other facilities as well, he says. Really? I will commit to transparency, and as soon as I'm in a position to implement what we're doing right now. That's not the way it works, Mr. President. There were a number of representatives that signed a letter this past day that says, quote, "We request that your administration immediately stop blocking media access to current border operations and to be straightforward with the American people about what is truly happening there." I'm not going to list all the senators that signed off on that letter, but you rest assured they're all Republicans. There's no Democrats signed off there. All right, in a similar vein, the Society of Professional Journalists wrote in a statement earlier this week, it is crucial that journalists be allowed unfettered access to report to the public what is occurring there. You're not supposed to be paying attention. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain there. Nothing to see here. That's what you call a truly transparent administration, huh? Hey, who we got up next here? I guess that would be our old pal Slowhand. Good morning, Slowhand.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Did it actually come up as Slowhand or does it say Han Solo again?
Of course it says Han Solo.
Okay, well, at least it said something we can recognize, right?
Yep.
Oh, shoot. Hey, a couple of comments. A trucking comment and about this press conference in the border. I think, you questioned whether or not he was given the questions previous to the press conference, and I believe that he was. I didn't watch the whole thing, but one of the questions, one of the beach ball questions, I thought that was a good analogy of that. He literally read the answer off a card. He didn't even look up once. He just read it word for word off a card.
Okay.
Tells you a heck of a lot, doesn't that? Yeah, he's such a puppet. I don't know. And then there was a couple of other times where he lost his train of thought. He couldn't remember what he was going to say. It was really quite embarrassing. And I don't know. I don't even know how, anyone can look at this man and say, yeah, he's capable of doing this job. He's not mentally capable of handling this job. But I think maybe in my conspiracy mind, maybe that's part of the plan to get Kamala Harris in as president. They'll deem him unfit. And Nancy Pelosi amended the 25th Amendment to remove a sitting president. So they can get him out of there and put her in. And she couldn't have run as president. She's too far left. But just my thoughts on that for what it's worth.
Very good.
Yeah, and what's going on at the border, them not allowing the media down there and the gag orders and everything else, that's un-American. That's just ridiculous. My daughter had to take a civics test. Well, she has to take it. I guess all the kids do to graduate high school at some point. And, one of the questions is, what is the rule of law? And the answer is that everyone must follow the law. Leaders must obey the law. Government must obey the law. And no one is above the law. So I just kind of want to know how they're applying that right now with all these illegals. They're just kind of letting in, putting up in hotels, pathway to citizenship, when they're breaking the law to get here in the first place.
Correct.
How does that even work, Steve?
And, of course, once they get released into the heart of the country, they're all going to be, straight out, upstanding, law-abiding citizens, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, model neighbors, right? Oh, my gosh. What a nightmare. Hey, the other comment I wanted to make was just about this accident on I-20 that you reported on. And, it's just very sad to me to hear that people killed. But if a truck plowed into stopped traffic,
yes,
I can't see how there's any viable explanation for that. Somebody's looking at their phone, somebody's not paying attention. And, we have a lot of really high, great technology, communications wise. This program is one of them. Our cell phones, we can talk at home anytime. It's not like the old days where we had to stop and get a, pay phone to call home. But the CB radio is something that seems to be going away. And I don't get that. It's the one tool that we have for safety that, if a driver can give another driver a heads up, driver has time to slow down and to be aware of what's going on ahead of them. All these big, massive pileups on the freeway every winter in Wyoming and other places could largely be avoided if people were talking on the radio.
Yep.
And I know that some of the big companies won't allow their drivers to have CB radios in their trucks. They claim it's a form of distracted driving, which I call BS on. I honestly think that it shouldn't be mandated, but, if you're involved in a wreck like that and it's your fault and you don't have a radio, maybe there should be increased fines for your lack of attention and you're not having proper safety equipment. But I don't know. It really angers me to hear news stories like that because it's so could be so avoided. There's no reason for it. But at any rate, that's my rant for the night. Hey. Appreciate what you do, Steve, and thanks for keeping us going all night.
Thank you for the call, Han Solo or Slow Hand. It actually does say Han Solo. Yeah, we talked about that here. Yeah, back a couple months ago when we were dealing with the winter storm. It seems like every night I was coming in here sharing another story about a 30-car pileup, a 70-car pileup. I mentioned the big one there in, Fort Worth, I believe, on the overpass, the elevated. I said, those trucks that are coming in at highway speed and just piling in one after another, is no one listening to the CB radio? And when these crashes begin, aren't truck drivers up toward the front, on Channel 19 hollering, hey, we're at the blah, 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 at the 187, slow it down. Nobody seemed to be aware. And, we actually had the one night with a conversation where many callers were saying they probably 70% of drivers don't even turn their CB on anymore because there's so much crap on there, so. All right, looking through some of our comments here. Heatwave asked earlier, maybe it was Chevy guy. Chevy guy was the one that mentioned, I wonder if we've got any of our naval vessels impacted by the closure there. Comlab Man says, Fifth Fleet has confirmed there are no U.S. naval ships impacted by the Suez closure. From David B. Larder, the naval warfare reporter via Twitter. All right, that answers that question. Thank you so much. Then it was Heatwave that was talking about everything being behind lock and key, even early pregnancy test kits. You got to get someone to come open up with the key to get one off the shelf. Eskimo Mom said, hey, Heatwave, I guess my mom worked at a major pharmacy chain, and you would be surprised at what people will try to steal. Sylvester says, yeah, I work in retail, and it shocks me to see what people steal. Seriously. Okay, what else we got here? Anything worth throwing your way? I see there that one of our listeners, was it Gary? Yes, Gary. He said, I'm so happy you're back on the air. I am stuck in the hospital with COVID pneumonia in both lungs, in COVID critical condition. Wow. I'm fighting for every inch to get out of here as soon as possible. Wow, Gary, so you're one of those that have a bad case of the COVID, as they say. Thank you so much. Jesse just posted, where's he reading these comments from? Okay, what I have is something, it's called Restream, Jesse. If you're on Facebook and you're like watching the Facebook live feed, you can post comments there. And if you're on the YouTube, you can post comments on the YouTube page. And I'm not sure, is the Hotshot Secret page still running the YouTube feed? I think we've still got 3 feeds coming in. So what I get is anybody that posts anything on any of those feeds is I get to see all of them on one screen. So I can just scroll down. I'm not sure if some of these are from Facebook, some are from YouTube, but it's like most of them are actually from Facebook. There you go. What are we looking at? 21 past the hour. Lines available at 844-844-3388. In regards to the CB radios, you just brought that up, Slowhand. Adam says, amen, Slowhand. I agree 110%. I've been saying that for years. Yeah, that was actually from the email. So I get the comments, I get the emails, got all the feeds. Who was it last evening that was pretty bent out of shape about always being put in Facebook jail? Every time I get on Facebook, back in Facebook jail. And it was the guy that had used I guess he had the spell check on or whatever, and it spelled out a word that he didn't intend for it to spell out, but it was a word that got him thrown in Facebook jail. He's like, screw this. Well, apparently there's someone in the Senate that actually agrees with you. None other than good old Bernie Sanders. What? You probably don't want to ever be associated with agreeing with anything when it comes to Bernie Sanders, right? But he does agree with what many are saying about this whole cancel culture thing and the big tech trying to ban people on social media platforms. With Donald Trump hit by the bans across the board, Bernie's actually calling out big tech over the ban. If someone asked him a question, but he said, well, if you're asking me, do I feel particularly comfortable that the then president of the United States could not express his views on Twitter? I don't feel comfortable about that. Because yesterday it was Donald Trump who was banned. Tomorrow it might be somebody else who has a totally different point of view. To which you are 100% correct there, Bernie. I can't believe I said that. Those comments made during an interview with the New York Times, while Bernie had nothing positive to say about Donald Trump, obviously, he did raise concerns, though, of their banning the president. In that same interview, he'd go on to say that, the president was a racist, sexist, xenophobe, pathological liar, authoritarian, and someone who doesn't believe in the rule of law. So he got all that in. Now, Sanders did criticize Trump, throwing out charges that you'd expect about how strongly he disliked Trump. He's a bad news guy. And what's next when it comes to communicating ideas on social media that others find to constitute hate speech? You got to be careful. Raise your hands if you've ever been banned or shadow banned or kicked off or lost followers on social media. I'm sure, I wouldn't doubt 90% of this audience would fall into that category. If they can do it to Donald Trump, of course they can do it to you. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? I guess essentially they are, right? That's the whole thing. The cancel culture. Someone else a few weeks ago, I pretty much expressed the same kind of views, that this cancel culture that's being created, this young generation that are all about the cancel culture, they may be very sad with what they are creating, because it may at some point in time come back and cancel them. And I think that's a very true statement. About 25 past the hour. All righty, what are we looking at? It's 844-844-3388. Deranger sends me a message. Caught on camera. Man attempts to vote as Eric Holder. Okay. This is a story from a number of years back. All right, so I guess what was that from the James O'Keefe? They had the whole hidden camera thing. That's funny. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here. I flipped the page over, and I believe that would be Big Sexy. Good morning. What's happening, Big Sexy?
Not much. I forgot I was on hold.
Okay.
Been there so long. Last night I didn't get to call in because I was trying to deliver paper, trying to roll a window up and down with all that rain and all that. But you know, we actually got lucky on that. You remember there was somebody called in about the rain coming through Arkansas and all that during your show last night. That ended probably about 9 o'clock our time, and the cloud cover never broke up like they expected it to. So the sun didn't get to come back out and destabilize the atmosphere. So we got lucky on that second round and didn't get a lot of real severe weather, or we could have got some pretty severe stuff. I hate to see Alabama get it, but, you know, we're coming up on this weekend of the 1-year anniversary of the tornado last March. It tore through Jonesboro, Arkansas, the F3.
Yeah.
It done a lot of damage. And we got lucky on that it tore through during about 5:30 in the evening, when everybody would, on a Saturday evening, when everybody would have been out shopping. And the major mall here was pretty well shut down because of COVID.
Yeah.
And there wasn't a lot of people out on the road and out in the mall and all that. That mall was wiped out. It's still not back.
That could have been a a much worse situation, right? It could have been a very deadly scenario if all those people had been at the mall.
Yeah, it could have been. Yeah, it could have been. Jonesboro's got a history of tornadoes. I think in 68 and 72, they got hit hard by some big tornadoes that done a lot of damage back then and killed people. So they've got a history of being hit. But we got lucky this weekend. On your news deal there, I heard him say earlier that during Biden's speech, I didn't hear it either, but that he said that, you know, they've got 5,000 beds at Fort Bliss, and that most of the people being turned away from the border except for children. And then he turned around and said, people who are coming up through the border are coming for jobs, not criminals. Well, if they're being turned away, how are they coming for jobs?
And how the hell does he know who's coming in? He doesn't have a clue.
Yeah.
No,
and you know,
no doubt. Not everyone that's trying to get into the United States has sinister motivations. There are people, there are families that are actually, we know, looking for a better way of life. But there are also cartel members, there are gang members, there are rapists, there are murderers. You don't know who's coming in. There's a reason, there's a process, a legal process to go through to where we let 1 million people in every year anyway. That's all we're saying. Go through the legal process. I mean, you can't have this open door policy, come one, come all.
You know, we wouldn't have a country if people hadn't to come over here.
Right.
But I don't have a problem with people coming legally.
Yep.
It's the ones that's sneaking across and all that. And they keep talking about, you know, how we got to provide more stuff down there and all that because of the influx. The deal is, stop them from coming across, seal that border, and then you can deal with what you got in already. You ain't ever going to be able to catch up if you're trying to do it as they come across.
Haven't we been
got to stop the flow and then deal with it?
How many years have we been saying that? Exactly. Years and years and years. I mean, and even I was on board to say, for those that are here, that those that have been here for a number of years or whatever, we're never going to get the 15 or 20 or 30, however many million that are here. We're never going to get them out of the country for being here. But even I said, if you'll just secure the border and enforce the rules of law, and we continue to allow 1 million to come into the country legally, I was even on board with, maybe we can come up with some sort of a common sense way to make those that have been here and are not committing crimes and they're actually working, they're doing jobs, just trying to have a better way of life. We can maybe give them a pathway to citizenship.
Right, especially the ones that come across as kids that no fault of their own, they were brought here by somebody else. They didn't do nothing wrong. They were brought here. They may be adults now, but, stop the flow, and then we can deal with making them, citizens or whatever, give them a pathway to do it. But you ain't ever going to do nothing if you keep letting them come across.
Now, what you got going right now is when you've got these, what they call these unaccompanied children or unaccompanied minors, which, again, an overwhelming majority of them are teenagers. What we're witnessing is these families are all, kind of being instructed. If you're a minor, they're going to allow them in. Once your child gets in, there's going to come a time when, Joe Biden, this administration, whoever it's going to be, is going to work something out to where you can bring the rest of your family to come and be with you. So these families are willing to separate from their children, their teens, thinking here in fairly short order, they're all going to be allowed to come in legally. Much of that is what's going on. All right, we get news break. Josh got you coming up right out of the news break. After that, line's wide open at 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
At least 5 people have died in Calhoun County after multiple tornadoes touched down. There was heavy damage in Shelby County, where thousands of people are still without power.
Just be aware that when power starts coming back on, that's a lot of times when fires start, is because a stove might have been left on when the power went out and they forgot about it.
That's Cahaba Valley Fire Chief Buddy Wilkes, whose crews are assisting in Shelby County. The number of dead from the winter storm that struck Texas in February has risen to 111. That's more than double the initial tally. The Texas Department of State Health Services says most of the deaths occurred from hypothermia. The storm knocked out power to more than 4 million customers statewide, and many of the people were without clean water for more than a week. This is USA Radio News.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand and you care about your credit, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 6 million people with credit card debt. Without destroying your credit, they can consolidate your debts into one lower payment, reduce your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. The program works. Call Consolidated Credit now. Call 800-406-0046. 800-406-0046. That's 800-406-0046. Consolidated Credit Counseling Services, Inc., 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Maryland DM 1492. Oregon DM 80092. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation. Commission license number TC 83. Service may adversely affect an individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action, not a loan company.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here on a Friday morning. Yeah, what do you say? Boy, they weren't kidding about those high wind warnings, were they? Ooh, it's howling out there. I guarantee a tough night for the big rigs trying to stay upright on the highway and those crosswinds out there. Wow. Yeah, at least at the moment. Yeah, we still have lights. Don't know how long that's going to last. I stepped out for a smoke there during the break. Heard that big pop. Yeah, transformer. Everything went dark. Yeah, about a block away. And I saw Pappy posted here a little bit ago. Just lost my darn power. Darn winds. Yeah, the numbers. Well, I could go to, what is it? Poweroutage.us, I think it is. You know, you track the power outages around the country. Get some of those numbers up. I guarantee the numbers are climbing with the winds. And we're talking a very broad area dealing with these high wind warnings. You flip back over to the severe weather watches and warning page. I use weatherstreet.com for that. That's a good one for the severe weather advisories and whatnot. So we get the high wind warnings, a good chunk of Indiana, yeah, really all of Ohio. Yeah, that's high wind warnings where you're talking gusts to 60 miles per hour. Then you can add in most of Kentucky, all of West Virginia, western portions of Virginia, all of Pennsylvania, 3/4 of New York, on up into Massachusetts, southern Vermont. I mean, the wind field with this storm is pretty incredible out there. All right, so we'll see. Mentioned last evening that the power were to go out. I know all the computers and whatnot do have, we got the battery backups. We could go for as much as 5 hours, I think, on the battery backups. We don't have a generator thing at this point, but yeah, but I wouldn't have lights. How would it be to work under the light of 3 computer screens? Well, we may find out here on a Friday morning. Be careful out there. All right, back to the calls we go, and Josh is up next. Good morning, Josh.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Doing all right.
This is I figured first time I call in here, I'm a little nervous, but I was over there at coming out of Arizona today, and anyway, pulled the truck stop. I lost my cool in the truck stop, and I kind of wanted to see what you thought about it over a microwave. Anyway, I was heating up a sandwich, and I set microwave on a minute or whatever, and turned my back just for a minute. There's this guy in there. He pulls my sandwich out. I didn't see him pull it out, but I turned back around. My sandwich was on the counter, and he was standing in front of the microwave. Like 15 seconds after I was in there, I says, "Hey, whoa, what'd you take my sandwich out of the microwave for?"
Yeah.
It was done. I said, "No, it wasn't. I just put it in there." And he had his plate in there already, and I said, "You don't touch other people's food." Anyway, he's kind of just saying, "Oh, well, whatever." And he pulled his out, and he says, "Yours was warm. Yours was done." I says, "No, it wasn't." Anyway, it's got kind of a heated argument.
Oh, boy.
And I asked him, I just blew up on him. I don't know. And he don't know how close he was to me popping him. And I'm glad I didn't. I didn't want to go to jail, you know.
Yeah,
but,
exactly, yeah.
So common sense come along, you know.
Yeah, so it's not road rage. It's microwave rage. There's a new one for us.
Yeah, it took me a while to cool off about it. I was pretty uptight about it, and I just didn't know. What would you feel about that if somebody done that to you?
I mean, if I just put it in there, I'd be kind of PO'd too. I was like, "Hey, what the hell, dude? What are you doing?"
I could see if you went to the restroom or something and come back a minute or two later. I mean, I think if I was going to take the microwave over, I think I would sit there for a minute after it was done, and then maybe grab a napkin and pull it out and put mine in. But I sure wouldn't pull one out while it was running still.
Exactly.
You know. But then he smarted something off, and I just walked away. I'm glad I did.
Okay. That was probably the best thing to do. Yeah, but yeah, you never know what you're going to run into out there.
All right, I just wanted to blow that off a little quick, kind of cool. I'm glad I cooled off, and I, got smart about it. But
I guess it's lack of driver courtesy, there at the truck stop. Hey, I'm in a hurry. I got to get your damn sandwich out of here. I got to get back on the road. Here, you warm yours up when I'm done. It's probably what he was thinking. He's in a hurry. What do you see here? It is 844-3388. Dave says we got a lot of flooding here in Georgia. Yes, especially northern Georgia. Yeah, there are lots of flood warnings in place there. Some areas have seen up to 8 inches of rainfall. They had 3 to 6, and then we were talking another couple of inches that were going to come down in a very short period of time. Those were torrential rains that came through. Blowing hard here on I-94 between Chicago and Milwaukee, where it's down to 37 degrees. Boy, yeah, cold front. They're not kidding about a cold front. Let's see. Anything else here? Some of these folks will come into the truck stop and heat up a 5-course meal in the microwave. Oh, boy. I wouldn't doubt it, yeah. Just before we hit our bottom of the hour news break, as we call it, it's talking about, and I was almost sounding like in a kind of a past tense where I was on board with the idea of if we'll get the border secured. Trump wanted to build that wall, and I'm like, yeah, let's do that. Let's secure the damn border, and then let's address what's going on with the millions that are currently here, where most everyone kind of concurs you're not going to round up 15 million people, some of which have been here 5, 8, 10 years, and send them back to their home country. So let's work together and but let's have some law and order as far as people coming into the country. And I'm saying that in a kind of a past tense because I apparently am not alone in the sentiment that, seeing as we continue to allow this stream to come into the country by the tens and thousands and millions, I'm losing support for the idea of just pathway to citizenship for all those who have broke the law and came into the country. Now, I say I'm not alone because the Politico Morning Consultant poll this week shows a waning support. Support is dropping rather quickly, declining for a pathway to citizenship for illegals in this country, even among Democrats, they say. 43% of overall think illegals now in the country should be able to become legal citizens. Well, that's a 14 percentage point drop since just January when this new flood started. This flood of immigrants, that would be. With Democrats, support plunged from 72% to 57%. And that's just since January. Meanwhile, only 1 in 4 Republicans back the idea. That's 25%, right? Last I checked. That number's down a full 10 percentage points. Of those polled, another 19% said illegals should be allowed to stay and become legal residents, but not citizens. See, there's a difference in being a legal resident versus a citizen. And if you pay attention to that, when this continues to all unfold with this, quote, pathway to citizenship, somewhere down the line with citizenship, last I checked, comes voting rights. Isn't that correct? 27% said they should be removed or deported. People polled were pretty much tied on whether they believed the immigration system was better when Trump was in office or if it's better under Biden. How'd they break that down? Under Trump, they said it got worse. That's 40%. Stayed the same. 12% got better. 40%. That's pretty much just the breakdown along party lines. If you ask anything about Trump, no matter what it was, it got worse because I don't like Trump. With Biden, 40% say it's getting worse. 24% said it's about the same. Well, the hell, it ain't about the same. 23% said it's getting better or gotten better. Most people surveyed say, yes, we are facing an immigration crisis, an illegal immigration crisis. Most people, however, said they believe the dreamers or young people who were brought here as children should be able to stay and become citizens. That's pretty much what our previous caller was saying, is it not? For those that were brought into the country, it's to no fault of their own, right? 62% said they should be able to stay and become citizens with certain requirements. 16% stay and become legal residents, but not citizens. 14% say, I don't care if they came up with their mom and dad or not. Take them out of the country. So this whole idea of giving illegals a way to become citizens has been kind of popular for several years, but the new numbers show Democrats are kind of losing the battle of public opinion. And I would say a lot of that is with what's going on along the border right now. You let one come in, they all want to come in, and that's kind of what we're seeing. All right, what are we looking at here? Get back to the calls. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Horse feathers.
Yes, sir. Hey, I was thinking there, if you have a power failure there, doesn't the Princess have a bunch of them candles there for special effects mood lighting? Couldn't she bring a bunch of candles in and light them all up for you?
Special effects mood lighting. Yeah, I don't know that. Yeah, we probably don't even have a flashlight in our place.
Oh, boy, I figured the Princess would be all over that. You have all those special effect mood lighting candles and bubble bath and all that stuff going on, and I thought maybe she could bring a few down there and help you out there and light them all up and get you all set up there.
Listen, horse feathers, I'm not 25. I'm not 25 anymore. What the hell? Special effects mood candles, bubble baths. I'm 56 years old now, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. I'm only a couple years behind you. I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
All that stuff's all kind of gone away there. But yeah, the ones you got to watch out for is the ones all them scents in them and all that. Get all your allergies and sinuses and all that going there. Boy, I tell you, that's about the worst thing you do is walk into one of them malls there and you get by one of them Yankee Candle stores and the aroma or whatever it is that comes out of them things. I tell you what, just about make me not be able to breathe there trying to get past them.
Yep.
But anyway, we're starting to get a few rain showers here, south central PA, York, and that's starting to try to sprinkle a little bit. Haven't run into any more fog. As I say, all the fog was east of Hershey and all that, so I would assume if the rain's going to start, that'll hopefully it'll take some of the fog away.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm headed down to southern Maryland now, so we're going to go check out that neck of the woods and see what they got brewing down there, I guess. So, but anyway, sounds like you had a pretty good show going on, but I didn't know if I could help you out a little bit there with the power outage there. So, other than that, I guess you got your Zippo lighter, don't you?
I got a Bic.
A Bic? All right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you can flick it until.
I stopped. I got PO'd at my Zippo. You know those darn things that you don't really get any forewarning that they're going to stop working, and you get a light, and the next time you go to light a smoke, it's out completely. You know, at least with a Bic, you can tell when it's starting to get low on juice. You know.
Yeah, the flame starts to dim a little bit. But, yeah, you're right about the Zippo. You got a good flame the one time, you close her up, you pull her out of your pocket the next time, and nothing.
Flick. Come on, damn it, just give me 1 second of flame, you know?
Yep. And then there you are, wearing out your flint. And then the next thing you know, you got to pull the whole thing apart and take the screw out, get the flint out, put the new one in, and do all the refilling again. So. Anyways,
then you overfill it and you put it in your pocket and all of a sudden you feel your leg starts burning. Like what's
you feel that yeah, you get that warm, wet feeling down there, right?
I mean that stuff burns your skin.
Yeah, it does. So, well, anyways, now that we've told everybody how to take care of their Zippo lighters, I guess we can say have a good weekend and try to hunker down, be careful, and we'll see if we can shout at you there next week.
We'll look forward to it. Got about an hour and 5 minutes left to get through here. Yeah, believe it or not, I'm looking at poweroutage.us, and yeah, they're here in Ohio, there's actually more people without power than there are in even Alabama, where they had all the tornadoes. Current outages, Ohio, 27,333. Alabama close behind, 26,569. Georgia, 18,507. Indiana at 12,800. Michigan at 11,737. So, yeah, like I said, here in Ohio, and Indiana is also. Yeah, Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, all in the zone with between 10 and 50,000 outages. And that kind of lights them up on the map. What do you want to wager? We're probably going to start looking at maybe West Virginia, maybe Pennsylvania jumping on board in the next few hours as those winds continue coming. What we've got moving through here is all heading your way, further off to the east and northeast. All right, let's get back to the calls here. What do you say at 844-844-3388? What's happening with Fly Rod this morning? Hey there.
Hey, good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Nice and wet and soggy down here.
And you are you down in Georgia? Is that where you're at?
Yeah. We got about 6 inches of rain down here in our hometown near at Cave Spring, Georgia, just outside of Rome, right on the Alabama line. I raced home yesterday from work. My wife Tammy called me right about 3 o'clock and said there was a line of tornadoes coming out of Alabama moving over towards the house. And
yeah.
So I got over there just before one had just grazed north of our little town, and I don't know that it touched down, but I heard reports they had 90-mile-an-hour winds. But oh my gosh, the rain is just relentless. We had so much water around our property that probably about 4 inches of standing water around the house.
Wow.
Not in the house, but around the house.
Around that. At least it's outside, not inside.
The little town is completely cut off from, or almost completely cut off from society. We got the police and the state patrol blocking all the state and federal highways off around the town because of the rivers that we were flowing.
Wow.
So I digress. How about, I didn't realize things had moved up in the northeast up there towards Ohio. Is it, you're talking about high winds, you having all the rain as well?
The rain is now pretty much confined to Michigan, northern Indiana, northwest Ohio. You got some spotty showers over in Pennsylvania and northern West Virginia. But yeah, this line of storms made a beeline through our area. Right about midnight it came through. It was very short-lived, but behind that front, though, the winds, these wind warnings are in place till like 10 o'clock this morning.
Oh, wow. You're talking about power outages right in that area as well. So that's one heck of a storm coming up out of the southeast.
It is, yes.
Well, pretty educational show so far. Horse Fedder's chiming in and giving his 2 bits about mood candles. That was interesting. Already.
Yeah.
Hey, have you heard from Big Ed yet?
I have not heard from Big Ed. He's probably sawing logs. I did see somebody said something. What's the deal? What am I supposed to be jumping on his case about there, Dave?
Well, now wait. What about Doc Holliday? Has he called in at all?
I've not heard from neither one of those scoundrels.
Well, now listen, Steve. I'm only the messenger, so please don't tell this to anybody. Don't put this on the radio and don't be putting it on the podcast. But,
okay. Yeah.
Apparently, old Big Ed and Doc, they got together at some casino out there. It must have been upstate New York, up there around that Seneca Nation, I'm guessing. Because they got into a car together. Was going to go to a casino together, and they got along the way and was real close to the casino, and the daggone car broke down. So Ed got to looking out the window, and he told Doc, he said, "Look," he said, "we go across this cornfield here. We can get to that casino in no time at all." And Ed said, "Are you with me?" And Doc said, "Yeah, sure, we can do that." So off they went, just a boogity woogity woogie, come to the cornfield. Well, poor Doc, he slipped and fell down and ran a corn cob up his behind.
Oh boy!
And in so much pain and agony, he said, "Ed, you just go on ahead, and I'll get there as quick as I can." So Ed, being a good friend that he is, he went on ahead and he went to the casino and he sat down at the table there, the blackjack table, of course. And the dealer said, "Hey, where's Doc at?" And Ed said, "Oh, he'll be along here shortly." He fell down and ran a corn cob up his ass. And the dealer said, "Ed, don't say ass, say rectum." And Ed said, "Wrecked him? How about killed him?" But up bump.
Yeah, there you go. About killed him.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Well, hey, Steve, have a great day and a great weekend. Oh, who was the winner, by the way? You got a winner, right?
Yeah. It's Shelton Binkley. Shelton Binkley, Binkley. I guess that's the email. Shelton Binkley at somethingorother.com. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, Mr. Blinkton, if you're listening, you're not only going to get the Pluto Duo, but you're also going to get a custom ball cap as well. That'll be in the giveaways this next few weeks, Steve, so if you can add that into the mix.
Would that be a
But
custom?
everyone have a great, safe, go ahead.
A custom Stellar electronic ball cap?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no expense spared.
All right. Well, look forward to that. Okay.
Steve, thank you so much for taking my call.
Have a great weekend. We'll chat next week. 1 hour yet to come, final hour on a Friday morning. And we got plenty of lines available. You know what to do. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
At least 5 people have died in Calhoun County after multiple tornadoes touched down. There was heavy damage in Shelby County, where thousands of people are still without power.
Just be aware that when power starts coming back on, that's a lot of times when fires start. It's because a stove might have been left on when the power went out and they forgot about it.
That's Cahaba Valley Fire Chief Buddy Wilkes, whose crews are assisting in Shelby County. The number of dead from the winter storm that struck Texas in February has risen to 111. That's more than double the initial tally. The Texas Department of State Health Services says most of the deaths occurred from hypothermia. The storm knocked out power to more than 4 million customers statewide, and many of the people were without clean water for more than a week. This is USA Radio News.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association annual convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
When I first switched over, because I stopped taking the other supplements I was taking and switched over all the way to Balance of Nature, I really noticed a huge difference. It was amazing. Like better sleep, better attention, better energy. It was just really, really great.
Balance of Nature is now offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com today and use discount code USA.
During his first official news conference, President Biden was asked about North Korea, which has conducted missile tests this week. Korean state media claims that Pyongyang has launched a new tactical guided weapon.
There will be responses if they choose to escalate. We will respond accordingly.
A few hours after the president's news conference, North Korea conducted another test. That would be the third one this week. A State Department spokesman issued a statement condemning the launches. He said they threatened the region as well as the broader international community. Jacob Blake, who was paralyzed after he was shot in the back by a white police officer in Kenosha, Wisconsin last August, has filed a civil lawsuit. He's now accusing the officer of using excessive force when he was shot 7 times in the back. His attorney said he's seeking unspecified damages against Officer Rustin Chesky. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The blockage of ships at the Suez Canal continues to grow after a Taiwan-based cargo ship got stuck in the 120-mile-long man-made waterway that connects the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. USA's John Clements reports.
Dozens of other ships have not been able to traverse the Suez Canal that is vital to about 10% of the global trade. Those ships remain anchored at either end of the canal. Concern now is that the Ever Given container ship could be damaged, further disrupting the estimated 1.9 million barrels of oil per day traveling through the Suez Canal. Patrick DeHaan is with GasBuddy.com.
If it's something that may take days or even weeks, we could be looking at
crude oil flows disrupted through the Suez Canal, which would be potentially significant. Really depends on what happens to oil stocks between Europe and Asia. That's where the kink is.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
A drug maker that is trying to get its COVID-19 vaccine approved in the United States is coming clean about its efficiency. USA Radio's Lance Pry has more.
AstraZeneca released more data Wednesday for its COVID-19 vaccine, saying the shot was 76% effective at preventing COVID-19. The company had said earlier it had a 79% efficacy rate. The recent report was based on 190 cases, 49 more cases than the company had analyzed earlier.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, we'll start things off in our final hour here. Right out of the box. As we're taking care of some of our travelers' weather right after the midnight hour. 12:14 a.m. is when the warning came out of Coweta County, which was a confirmed large, long-tracking tornado on the ground. National Weather Service actually issued a tornado emergency for the city of Noonan at that point in time. Looking at the update from WSB television there out of Atlanta, Georgia this morning. In a tweet, the city of Noonan says, quote, the city experienced heavy damage in and around the historic downtown area with tonight's weather. Please note that both the city and the county crews are en route and working on scene to clear impacted areas. Please remain safe in your homes and take shelter. Stay safe. All right, several viewers reached out to Channel 2 Action News and said Noonan High School had suffered significant damage. A tweet on the school account said the school is closed today for the entire county. A sheriff's office is asking people with chainsaws to meet at the school to help clear trees. Neighboring Heard County schools are closed as well because of the storm damage. The tweet from the high school there, due to the extensive damage in many areas of our county. Coweta County schools closed Friday. Closed for students and staff. Viewers sending in some of the photos. Trees down throughout the city. Siding and roofs partially ripped off of some homes. Trees through buildings. Let's see. Justin Wolfson with Channel 2 arrived about 1:30 this morning and found a little damage to the city square. Obviously, no power in the area. Most of the worst of the damage is in neighborhoods right of the square. That's the way he puts it. So, yeah, all awaiting for the sun to come up this morning. But, again, like the long ground-tracking tornado, it's pretty wild. The crews there said that, of course, they were tracking this live as this line of storms pushed out of Alabama, on into Georgia, and eventually on up toward the Atlanta metro area. From Alabama to that one tornado earlier on Thursday in Alabama. A track of destruction, maybe not all tornadic, but it was on a path of destruction nearly 100 miles long, they say. A lot of times these tornadoes, they'll drop, and the cell weakens a bit. They'll bounce back up and then drop again, and yet maybe the same storm cell over a very extended path that sees the destruction from the tornadoes. All right, back to your calls. Noisemaker, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. You jogged my memory there when you were talking about citizenship. And I recall, like it was yesterday, it was April of 2007, doing a relay. And I left the hotel room, and a relay shows up, and I get on the interstate. And I tune you in on 1040 a.m. And the topic then on the airwaves was cross-border trucking, immigration, and citizenship.
Yes.
But cross-border trucking took care of itself, All those trucks going now, trailers going now, they're coming back stripped out. But I told you about my wife. My wife is from Scotland, and she wanted to become a citizen almost 14 years ago. And she didn't land at LaGuardia Airport and get welfare and food stamps and hotel room from the government. She had to go down and apply at the federal courthouse. They told her what she had to do. She had to contact, now she's from Glasgow, Scotland, but she got her nursing license in Luton, England. She had to get transcripts from her nursing school. Then she had to get transcripts from her high school. Okay, she's 67 now, so we're going back a few years when she was a teenager. And then she had interview down at the federal courthouse in Cleveland. And she had to jump through hoops, And I remember when everything was finalized, that ceremony down there, I went to it, and there was a federal judge there, and there's a room full of people from all around the world. There got to have been close to 100 people there.
Yeah.
And they all had holding these little 6-inch American flags, and the judge was talking to them about what it means to be an American citizen. And it was a very nice ceremony, but that was 14 years ago. They're talking about immigration and citizenship, and there's no legislation in stone and no guidelines or anything. They just keep changing it. There has to be something on the books as far as immigration goes. My wife, once again, she didn't become a pathway to citizenship. No, she had to get on the path, and she had to walk it to get to where she wanted to be. But that's all I really have for you tonight. And I've been listening to you for a long time. I was back in 2007. I remember talking to your father prior to you being on there. And, over the years, I just want to thank you. That's all I got for you tonight, Steve. Enjoy
Thank you
your
so
weekend.
much. Yes, Noisemaker. Thank you so much for the call. And, for your wife, having, and millions of others have done the same. For those that have had to go through that process, all the hoops that you have to jump through to become a citizen. Is it kind of a slap in the face to them? Wouldn't it be like a slap in the face to her to tell all these who have illegally entered the country and, just because you're here, okay, all right, so we'll let you be a citizen too. All right, I mentioned earlier, and you've been hearing in the news updates, the whole blockage there of the Suez Canal. There are hundreds of ships that are all backed up, kind of dropping anchor, just waiting. And how long is it going to take to get that darn thing back up and running? If you weren't with us in hour number one, the salvage experts said they can't rule out it may take several weeks to get that ship out of the way to get the Suez Canal reopened. Now, we've already had issues, and in this country, supply chain issues, and it's impacting, I believe, virtually all the automakers. We've had some automaking facilities shut down. Many are reducing shifts. General Motors extended some of their production cuts in North America this week because of the worldwide semiconductor chip shortage that's impacting the auto sector. Now, these container ships that are being held up over there on the other side of the world from Asia and Europe, If this thing drags out, like they say, for several weeks, this could really even exacerbate those problems even more. General Motors said that their Wentzville, Missouri assembly plant would be idling during the weeks beginning March the 29th, so starting next week, next month, what is that? Next week, and April the 5th. They will extend downtime at their plant in Lansing, Michigan, which has been idle since March the 15th. They're going to extend that by 2 additional weeks, apparently. Now, they've factored into GM's forecast, earnings forecast. This could shave up to $2 billion off this year's profits. They did not disclose how much volume is going to be lost by this, but said, we intend to make up as much lost production as possible later in the year when things get back to normal. But that chip shortage, as North America auto plants have been, of course, they shut down for several months during the pandemic last year, and a lot of chip orders at that point in time had to be canceled. And then all of a sudden, is demand for consumer electronics. Everybody working from home, buying laptops, kids learning from school, purchasing laptops and tablets, and home computers for all those people. Video games, people buying, they all need these electronic chips, which has now left the car makers all competing for those chips. Semiconductors obviously are used extensively in automobiles. Engine performance, to manage your steering, your automatic windows, sensors used for parking and entertainment systems. Various vehicles affected by the production for GM includes the mid-size pickup trucks, the Chevy Colorado, the GMC Canyon in Missouri, the Cadillac CT4 and CT5, and Chevy Camaro cars out of Michigan. Meanwhile, GM said their Mexico assembly plant, San Luis Potosi, Mexico plant, idled since February the 8th, will resume production with 2 shifts beginning the week of April the 5th. So that plant shut down for nearly 2 months. All right. Also, lastly, on Wednesday, Ford Motor Company said they're going to cut output this week of the Transit van at their Kansas City, Missouri assembly plant. Due to the shortage, production of the flagship F-150 pickup is not affected. And so automakers across the board. Honda, of course, announcing that they're going to make more cuts in North American production. I know Toyota had been impacted across the board. Manufacturing automobiles right now has become quite a difficult task. And I don't know how long this Suez Canal blockage is going to last. It may make problems even worse in the coming days and weeks. All right, jump on in at 844-3388. We'll get to some of our... I haven't talked a lot of industry headlines this morning, have we? We had a lot of weather. Talks of course, Biden in his first press conference, if you want to call it that. Pup is on the line. Hello, Pup.
Hey, morning, Steve. This wind's putting my dippity-doo to work today, buddy.
I bet.
The Ben Spence Bridge was moving pretty good tonight. There's a piece of tin laying in the hammer lane on the northbound lanes. But, hey, weren't you ever a Boy Scout?
I actually, no, I never was a Boy Scout.
Well, doggone. Can't believe you don't even have a flashlight. You need to be prepared, man.
If we've got flashlights, the problem is, there's probably a dozen of them, but ain't one of them got a battery in them. And if they've got batteries in them, they're dead, you know?
Yeah. Hey, you go like Walmart or Rural King, something like that, like back in their camping department and what have you. They sell these little lanterns that are LEDs. And they're wind up. You wind that up pretty good, and that thing will last like 20, 30 minutes, and you wind it up again. You never need a battery for them. They're less than $20. They're pretty handy to have around the house when the power goes out. Stuff. I didn't know if you knew they had such a thing or not.
I honestly, I was not familiar. I know they've got these, like these emergency radios that have a crank on the side of them. It's the same premise. You crank it up and it kind of charges a battery, and
Yep.
you can get the latest what's going on.
Yep, they've got those lanterns just like that too. I was kind of hoping maybe Truck and Phil was listening. You was talking about the GM trucks out of the Fort Wayne up there. We're down off of Moeller Road over there. But the GM has been shipping their brand new pickup trucks to empty lots around town there and unloading them off the trucks. And when they unload them off the trucks, all the steering wheels or all the steering is turned one direction. And I didn't know if they were waiting on those solenoids or what. I thought maybe Truck and Phil could shed some light on that one. But as far as that dude with the microwave problem, that other fella's food would have been on the floor and my sandwich would have been back in the microwave.
Oh, really? You're throwing this on the floor.
This stuff, that people not having any courtesy and dummyfying and pussyfying these guys anymore is ridiculous. Yeah. But hey, since there is laws on the book about immigration and stuff like that, and Biden and them are kind of sidestepping the true law, why can't some of these lawyers or something sue him and get that stopped, and or the attorney generals? Because isn't that knowingly breaking the law by circumventing the already established law?
I know there are lawsuits. I think, what's his name, in DeSantis in Florida here, like last week, I believe, was supposed to file the paperwork to sue the Biden administration for their open border policy. Many of those that are coming in from Texas or wherever end up in Florida.
Okay. And then, they do have travel bans on some of those countries and people are coming from and stuff. That's going against what the CDC says by letting them and bringing them further into the country. Why can't we just say, no, you guys can't come in? And those poor kids, he's talking about 5,000 beds. The way it sounds to me, there's somewhere between 15 and 20,000 empty beds down in Mexico and Venezuela. Ship them back.
Ship them back, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
but
they're coming in something 500 a day was the last number I heard. The unaccompanied minor, 500 a day. Do the math. I mean, those thousands are growing rapidly. Let's see here from the email, Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Morning, happy Friday. Sorry to hear about Gary in the hospital, that major COVID. Positive thoughts and prayers for healing. That being said, I managed to accomplish vaccine number 1 yesterday. I go back for number 2 in a few weeks. Hey, the rain coming down in buckets here at Fort Wayne. I'm ready to head out from Fort Wayne to Sterling Heights, Michigan. All right, thank you, Truck and Phil. Got a couple here from the Michigan Man. He said, just got home from work, and my gosh, it's raining so hard. The wind's really strong. Thankfully, we don't have to deal with all those tornadoes like they were down in Alabama. Have a good night. From the Michigan Madman. And it can't get a whole lot more windy here in Shelbyville, Michigan. Youngblood sent me an email here. I guess that's been 30 minutes ago. He was saying, Steve, I-74 East in Ohio at the mile marker 1. There's a blown over tree along the highway, got the sheriff blocking the left lane, but I see broken parts on both lanes. I'm guessing people may have slammed into that tree, right? Broken parts all over the freeway there. All right. Looks like we're up to speed there on the email bag. Meanwhile, about 5 minutes before we get our news break, bottom of the hour, let me jump down to Gilligan there. Yes, Gilligan, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, I'm driving up 81 in the rain. At least it ain't too bad up here. I just did see a little lightning down the Westfield when I left down there a couple hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
My thoughts and prayers go out to those down there in Alabama, throughout the South, it's horrible storms and everything. My family too. This whole deal with this border crisis and everything, it's the same old thing. You know, the Democrats get back in power and they want to vote the door wide open. You know, I don't get it, but people can't see it. I mean, we've got people bringing in human trafficking, drugs, and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And people are all for just a wide open border. And I, for the life of me, I will never understand it. But just, I'm the Q. People that's been here for years, especially kids that was brought in here by their parents and stuff. You know, yeah, give them a pathway to citizenship. But I think people ought to, if you want to come here, and if you're here illegally, don't make it just say, well, here's your citizenship. You know, give them a pathway and make them work for it and stuff. Like the legal immigrants that come here. I'm sure you agree with that.
Yep.
You know.
Yep, sure.
You know, just blanket amnesty. It just, I don't understand why people would support it. But, well, that's my 2 cents. You were speaking earlier about the deal with Hunter Biden and the gun that his sister-in-law found in his vehicle or something, didn't you say?
Correct.
She put it in the bag and throw it in the trash can. It's just amazing how people act. I mean, I keep most of my guns locked up in my safe and stuff. I mean, I've got a concealed carry permit. I've got a gun with me when I'm home a lot. But, you know, I know where it's at. I just don't lose a gun. You know, I don't get it. It's the double standard. Because if that was a normal person like me and you can guarantee they'd have locked us up. You know, it's just unbelievable. Some of the things that just go on. But that's how it's been for years. I guess it always will be unless people change it. I don't see us ever getting the power to change it, unfortunately. But yeah, well, it's about all I got for tonight. And like I say, I really am feeling for the people down there and going through all these harsh storms. And which your caller was it? You said that got the COVID pneumonia in both lungs, wasn't it?
It was just someone that's on Facebook. A guy by the name of Gary Key is his name.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. On the shots, my wife has got both her shots, plus my mom and my stepdad. Well, they seem to be doing good with them. They've never had any real side effects. My wife works at a lab in the food industry, so they was prior and has, of course. So, yeah. All right. Well, thanks for taking my call, Steve. And you take care and have a good weekend.
Do the same. Thank you so much. All right. We'll get a news break and we'll come back with more at 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
At least 5 people are dead in Calhoun County, Alabama, after tornadoes ripped through the area. Shelby County was also impacted. Sheriff John Samaniego.
Everything from a few shingles off a roof to a completely collapsed house from the top to the bottom.
Thousands of people remain without power after trees took down power lines. Earlier, Governor Kay Ivey issued a state of emergency for over 40 counties. Former President Trump is reacting to the surge at the southern border.
We had the border the most secure, they say, in 20 years, but really, I think from the beginning, it's never been like this.
He spoke on Fox. Border Patrol agents say people are crossing the southern border in record numbers. During the news conference this afternoon, President Biden said most people are being turned away from the border, but unaccompanied children are being allowed to remain. This is USA Radio News.
If your credit card bills have gotten out of hand and you care about your credit, call Consolidated Credit now. If the interest rates on your credit cards are so high, it'll take years to get out of debt. Call Consolidated Credit now. They've helped over 6 million people with credit card debt. Without destroying your credit, they can consolidate your debts into one lower payment, reduce your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. The program works. Call Consolidated Credit now. Call 800-406-0046. 800-406-0046. That's 800-406-0046. Consolidated Credit Counseling Services, Inc., 5701 West Sunrise Boulevard, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33313. Licensed by the New York Department of Financial Services and by the Vermont Department of Financial Regulation. Maryland DM 1492, Oregon DM 80092. Licensed by the Virginia State Corporation. Commission license number DC 83. Service may adversely affect an individual's credit. Non-payment of debt may lead to additional finance charges or collections activity, including legal action, not a loan company.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, where we leave off there. Industry headlines. Let's quickly jump into a couple of items here. We see that this is rather interesting. A San Francisco startup, as they call it, developing a business that they believe will keep you, the truck driver, from being held up at receiver yards. The company called Baton, B-A-T-O-N, raising $10.5 million to develop a network of what they call drop zones just outside of busy city centers that would allow drivers to leave their loaded trailers in the yard and keep moving. Local fleets of trucks would then head to the drop zone, collect the freight, and get it to the final destination. In addition to developing this network of 24-hour drop zones in lots that are subleased from partners, Baton is already developing software to coordinate over-the-road trucks, drop zones, warehouses, and local drivers through an interface, according to TechCrunch. Now, apparently, there are already several drop zones in the Los Angeles area. The company plans to open more throughout that city, as well as locations in Atlanta, Chicago, and Dallas within the next year and a half. Company founders say that this streamlining of the unloading process will help reduce time wasted, carbon emissions, and actually even increase driver wages, I guess if you're paid by the mile, right? The talk for years has been about all that time spent waiting to load and unload, the detention time. In long-haul trucking, there's a remarkable amount of wasted time, which is right there. In addition to helping human drivers, the company hopes that these drop zones might become the core infrastructure as autonomous semi-trucks become more and more of a reality. Kind of a twofold mission there, huh? I jump back to the calls here, and I believe it's Eskimo Mom. Would that be you?
Yes, Eskimo Mom. How are you doing today, Steve?
Hi, what's going on, spaceman?
Eskimo Mom.
Yeah.
Holy crap, we got space feathers, Eskimo Mom. Hey, so what's going on?
Just,
We did lose your electric.
We're almost there, but I think we're gonna make it through. But it's still blowing like you know what out there.
If you lose your electric, just do a Facebook Live on your regular Facebook with a candle.
With a candle. That'd be fun.
I just crossed the Drogsdeck Bridge that goes from from the Bronx to Long Island. And about 2 hours ago, usually they have a big Arbor sign there, and usually it's just like 5 words. But they had like a whole paragraph and I didn't get the times, but they're closing the bridge to empty tractor trailers and tandem trailers today.
Mm-hmm.
At some point. Right now, the winds is 24 miles per hour. I think they close it to empties at 35, but that's the MTA bridges, Metro Transit Authority. Maybe you could find it on their website. It's kind of weird. A lot of times they don't update that website till they're actually closed. But anybody running that way today, like I'll check tonight before I leave Carlisle, make sure that I can take doubles across. But that would be the Verrazano Bridge, the Whitestone, Drogs Deck, Brooklyn, Queens, Queensboro, and RFK bridges would be no empties or tandems at some point today. Now, the George Washington Bridge, that's run by the Port Authority. That's the last to close. They close all these other bridges to empties and doubles before they close the GW, because the GW is I-95, and you cross that, continue on up north, and they hate to cross that, have a bunch of trucks on the shoulder and traffic jams and stuff. But I've always noticed that the Verrazano will close way before the GW does.
Okay.
But anyway, I don't know if you can find what time they plan on doing that, but it did say, I got in a traffic situation. I couldn't read all the details, but it did say March 26th, empties and tandems, ban at some. The only thing I couldn't read is the times. Did you hear this story out of Florida? It happened day before yesterday. This lady was nude, and there's lots of canals in Florida, and she was swimming in a canal, and then she seen this cave with water in it. This is what she claimed.
Yeah.
And she went to the cave, and then it got dark, and she got lost and kept going into these other different pipes and caves and stuff. But she was reported missing March 3rd to the police. They've been looking for her since March 3rd. But this lady was walking across the sewer grate that was screwed or welded shut, and she heard screams. And she looked down in it, and this nude woman was down in this sewer grate. And the woman claims that for days she's been going around in these pipes and saw the light of day through this sewer grate and started hollering. And they pulled her out, and she's in the hospital now.
I saw that story, and I mean, suppose, like you said, if she's been stuck down there for that amount of time, I mean, what's she been eating and drinking to survive?
Well, she said she found an unopened ginger ale and drank that. But now here's what's kind of weird. The story says she's been missing since March 3rd. It doesn't say she was in the sewage system since
March 3rd.
It just says she's been missing since then.
Yeah.
So maybe she's been missing, but then only went into the water pipes like a couple days ago. But it's really bizarre. I can't wait to figure out the rest of the story. If it's some kind of a scam or put on or something to get media attention, or if she's lost her mind, or the city's trying to, the police is tracing the sewer network to see if there's any truth to could she have gone swimming in the canal and ended up where she was at. But I thought that was an interesting story.
That's a bizarre story.
All of them come out of Florida.
Yeah. Now I'm looking here. I'm looking at from clickorlando.com. They're saying, according to they're not naming the woman because the police report indicates that she suffers from mental illness and addiction. What do you bet that she got all juiced up on whatever she's, meth or whatever she takes, whatever she's addicted to, heroin, I don't know, who knows what it is, but she may have been on a binge for a couple of weeks and then ended up somehow finding a way into the damn sewer system.
Yeah, like not even swimming and through a canal and all that. But I'd just be interested how many days she was in there. But when I was a kid, I grew up in Richmond, Virginia, and I can't believe this. You cheat death so much as a teenager, but we used to go in this 6-foot tall round pipe at this McDonald's and ride our bicycles alongside of Broad Street for miles. And there's these little square holes where you can look out, and it was the drainage holes of the curb. You could see the car tires going by in certain places. And we would come out at this department store called Mimco. And it's kind of neat 'cause there's only like 2 inches of water about a foot wide in the bottom, and it's real dark at spots. And we just ride our bicycles real high up on the wall and holler and stuff. One time we found a can of hairspray. We held a lighter in front of that. We were shooting flames out the tunnel. But there could have been some kind of factory or a real heavy storm or something. I mean, who knows? A wall of water could have came pouring through that pipe at some point. And then there was this one pipe that was only like a foot round, and we would take turns crawling into that pipe. But you could go in, but you couldn't rush back out. Your elbows, your arms were in front of you, so you could go forward, but you'd have to trust your buddy to grab your feet, and pull you out. And we'd leave guys in there, and they'd start to panic. We'd laugh at them and stuff, and shoot hairspray flames at their feet and stuff. But it was just thinking back on it, just how crazy it was to do that. We did it all the time.
Spaceman, you had a lot of misadventures as a youth.
Yeah, you think back on them, it's amazing I'm still here. I'll end on this. There's a guy, I've been at YRC for 28 years now, and as long as I can remember, I've worked with him. He was a road driver, and he's been in the yard dropping a hook in our trucks. We call that job a switcher for the last few years. And he's 55, and as far as I know, he didn't have any underlying conditions. He was healthy, planning retirement, had a cabin and a boat he liked to go on in Maryland. And 2 weeks ago, he got the COVID and passed away Monday morning on a ventilator.
Wow.
And maybe 6 months ago, if COVID wasn't in the news, I wouldn't know it existed, but the numbers are getting pretty high for people I know of or directly know and spent time with, but he was loud and witty and funny as hell. And I only ever spent time with him outside of work one time, the year 2000, the Millennium New Year's Eve. We were at the same party, pretty wild party. Remember, the computers were going to crash and it was going to be the end of the world.
Y2K, yes.
At midnight, Y2K. Yeah, we were at the same New Year's party, but, mostly we just talk and cut up and crack jokes at work and stuff. I have friends that ran teams with him. He's a big Leonard Skinner fan. We were Facebook friends. But we've lost 2 dock workers and 2 switchers, and that I know of. And because of HIPAA, and I think laws should be changed in the case of a pandemic. Because of HIPAA, you don't know who has it and who don't. And I think many guys have had it, just had a
mild
snotty
case.
nose and the cough.
Yep.
The fever for a day, you know what I mean, just kind of spread around, didn't even know they had it. But some get it and died. It's weird. My one friend's mom is 78 years old and was in a coma from a stroke in a nursing home, and she got it, survived it. Then you take a healthy 55-year-old, and he passes away from it. So I can't figure out the genetics or rhyme or reason of that. But
had a story on our local news this past evening of a guy that spent, I believe it was 290-something days in the. He went to the hospital May of last year, and he got out like the last couple of days. He was on a ventilator for more than a month, and all that time you're on a ventilator, your muscles are all, you're losing you can't stand up, you can't walk or anything when they finally take you off the ventilator. And he's been doing rehab and all that for all this time, and finally got to come home.
Right on. Well, we can get into vaccines another night, just, as far as discuss them, but I highly recommend getting vaccinated, especially if you're in and out of trucks that many other people drive. That was his job. Guys from Brooklyn and Chicago and Charlotte and Baltimore and D.C., he doesn't know them from Adam. His job was to get in those trucks and drop and hook them night after night. Yep. I'm not saying that's how he got it. I don't know how he got it. But, it was funny when the whole country was shut down and under a stay-at-home order, we were out here working, yet we're not one of the first groups to get vaccinated. But these deaths are preventable, with the vaccination. 95% effective against COVID and 100% effective against COVID death. 100%. So I highly recommend guys get vaccinated.
So when you say 100%, the idea if you've had the vaccine and you get COVID, you can still get it, but you're not going to end up deathly ill on a ventilator and all that.
You're not going to die. You're not in the trials of 45,000 people. All 3 vaccines were 100% effective against death, and has bared that out since they've been giving them out. Now there's people that's already had COVID and got the shot. You know what I mean? And I don't know if they've died or not, but I know some people that, had COVID and got the shot and then started getting the symptoms. But you can verify my information on that. But
all righty, Spaceman. Well, yeah, I believe you on that. I did see a headline yesterday that a woman she had her first shot. And she was, I don't know how far in between, waiting for the second shot. She came down with COVID after the first shot. Supposedly, like to say, if you've had the shot, it's, is it the AstraZeneca? I think the one that they're now saying it's like 76% effective. Well, that's technically, it means 1 in 4 people that have had the AstraZeneca vaccine can still come down with COVID, but you're still supposed to not get nearly as ill, the deadly symptoms. It'll be a more mild case. But the others, the Pfizer and the Moderna, I think they're both like up in the 90 percentile range as far as. All right. Yeah, the woman in the sewer, that's a weird story. So she was taken to the hospital to be treated for dehydration. Has since been released so she can recover at home with her mother. Now, she's 43 years old. While at the hospital, she told officers she was swimming in the canal near her boyfriend's housing complex on March the 3rd, when she noticed a doorway near the shallow part of the canal. So she went in, and she noticed a tunnel. She was curious to where the tunnel led, so she continued to follow the tunnel. That tunnel led to another tunnel, and so on, and suddenly she was lost. Sounds like something out of a movie, huh? Officer said she told them that she wandered around the tunnels for about 20 days until she saw some light and decided to sit in the area where she was found because she could see people walking by. As a spaceman said, she found an unopened can of ginger ale, was able to drink that, but it's not known if she's had anything to eat at all. While she appeared lucid after she was rescued, White said officers aren't sure how accurate her retelling of what really unfolded is. Like I said, she's probably been on a drug binge somewhere. And, again, how she ended up down in the damn sewers, who knows? For someone to have been down there for 2 or 3 weeks, obviously, we're skeptical, especially if somebody's not having an adequate amount of liquid or food. It's very difficult to survive down there. But that's what she's telling officers right now, and that's all we have to go on unless we could find more information or something else to disprove of what she said. And that's kind of where we're at this point. Now, the woman's mother said my daughter's got a history of doing odd things and making bad decisions due to her mental health and her substance abuse issues. She was a methadone patient and received her last dose the day before she went missing. Okay. Local organizations have been in contact with the woman to provide her with treatment resources. While the story is questionable, but it's possible we may never know what actually happened to her. Spoke to the officers who responded to the scene that they all agree that this by far was the most bizarre incident they've ever responded to. The mystery, how long she'd actually been down there. And again, we don't know if we'll ever really know the true story. Either way, she's lucky to be alive. All I know, they said down in those drains, there are snakes, there are rats. And of course, it's sewage. Not the kind of place you want to be. Yeah, fun times. All right, so we wrap things up here for another week with that bizarre story. Do be safe. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour Sunday night into a Monday morning. I hope you'll join us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is my dreams.